Okay, great. Thank you, Adam. Dawn, you're all set?
No problem.
Notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act and state regulations governing remote public meetings, including the time, date, and location of the meeting, and clear and concise instructions to the public for accessing the meeting and making comments. In addition, the agenda and all related materials were posted electronically and made available to the public on Princeton's meeting portal in advance of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Mayor and Council of Princeton, June 28th, 2021. And we'll have roll call next.
Ms. Perrone-Lambros?
Here.
Ms. Niedergang?
Here.
Mr. Cohen?
Here.
Ms. Fraga?
Here.
Mr. Williamson?
Here.
Ms. Sachs?
Here.
Mayor Frida?
Here. There's one change to the agenda that we just need agreement on. Under resolutions, resolution number 3, that's 21-215, which concerns the wall at the municipal fueling station. Engineering needs to go out to a few more contractors. There's just a little concern about the scope and the price of that work as presented in the agenda. So if we could just have a motion to withdraw that from the agenda. Thank you, Eve. Is there a second? Thank you, Dwayne. Any questions from anyone on that? Okay, if not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that's off the agenda. Thank you very much. Announcements and reports are next. Do we have council members that, Eve?
I have a few announcements. From the Cannabis Task Force, the task force had its public meeting this week, which some of you may know got Zoom bombed. So that was an experience. We had about 50 participants, and there was generalized support expressed for allowing cannabis dispensaries in Princeton, but some notes of caution and a couple of people who were opposed because they were concerned about the effect on young people of the municipality endorsing the use of cannabis as they saw it. The need to deal with cannabis in a manner that emphasizes racial and social justice was addressed, as well as the need to educate members of the public of all ages about the potential risks and benefits of cannabis. After some discussion the day after the public meeting, the Cannabis Task Force has agreed to opt out in the short term while continuing to do research to answer outstanding questions with the idea of presenting an opt-in ordinance to council sometime in the fall. Since that meeting, there has been an amendment introduced, I think, in the assembly to extend the deadline by 60 days. I don't know enough about the fate of that as to whether that will get changed or not, and hopefully we'll learn more about that in the near future. A couple of other quick reports from the Environmental Commission. PEC has been working on an open space survey that is ready to go, and hopefully we'll get a link for that for the municipal newsletter on Thursday. It'll be available also through the Environmental Commission and through Sustainable Princeton. And PEC has also reviewed and made some suggestions for updating the green building checklist, and that is now back in the hands of staff. And I just also want to report on a really great event I went to a couple of days ago. The Library Board of Trustees, the Teen Advisory Board, presented I Read This Book, in which maybe, I don't know, maybe 20 to 25 teens talked for just a couple of minutes about a book they'd read this year that had really, captured their imagination. And it was such a great group. They were so smart, and it was a great experience. I was frantically writing down all the names. And then I thought to myself, wow, I wish I had been a member of this group when I was in high school, only to remember that I did not go to high school here and that did not exist. So, but anyway, it's available on the library's webpage. If you're interested, it was great. And that's it from me. Thanks.
Thank you, Eve. Leticia.
Yes, I just have a very quick announcements. Following the permit parking's presentation to council, there were a lot of questions that came out of that meeting and also from our community meetings. And I just want to direct anyone that's interested in the work of the permit parking task force can go to the municipal websites under our permanent parking task force page. We'll find an overview of, under features and variations, we'll find an overview of the current permit parking system, and also the proposed changes in the various zones that are being considered by the permit parking task force. And I also want to announce that we will expect to hold additional community meetings before bringing it back, the recommendations back to council. That's all I have.
Thank you. Other council announcements or reports? Michelle?
Just briefly, I just want to mention that the Community Center Feasibility Task Force is accepting applications. You can go online and apply if you're interested in participating in that task force. And I just wanted to mention too that coming up on July 9th, I believe it's at 6 o'clock, the Princeton Shopping Center will be dedicating a new mural there that's been going up that the Arts Council is working on. So that's an exciting community event I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council announcements or reports? Okay. Bernie, do we have any staff announcements or reports for this point?
I don't right now, Mayor.
Okay. Deanna?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few updates regarding utility work in Princeton this summer. PSC&G and their gas system modernization program work in the Riverside neighborhood has been on hold for a couple of weeks. We anticipate that they will be back in Princeton working in July, probably after the 4th of July, but we can give an update if that is going to be delayed any longer. The New Jersey American Water Company has a contractor on Clover Lane. They are doing a milling and resurfacing project today and tomorrow after they replaced the water main last fall. And they will be starting a new water main replacement project later in July. We have a public meeting on July 15th, and that is for the streets of Deer Path, Levitt Lane, Fisher Avenue, and Stanley Avenue. And we'll be posting that notification up on the website and inviting council members if you're interested as well. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Okay. Moving on, next item on the agenda is we have a work session on Witherspoon Phase 1. Michelle, I know there's an email that came in. Did you want to read that prior to the discussion, or when in the discussion did you want to?
Well, why don't we do the presentation and then that's for public comment, I think, on the work session.
Fine.
Okay, I'll read it. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll start sharing the presentation. I've got Michael Laplace, our planning director, is here, as well as Tejal Patel from T&M Associates. Okay, let's see. Everybody see that? Let's hope
Yes.
I can. There we go. Okay. So kind of a refresher from the May 25th meeting at council. We have been working for about 15 months on concept plans to improve Witherspoon Street with guiding design principles, looking at a flexible design, improving the stormwater management on the street, which will also help our downstream residents in the Harrisbrook area. Complete streets, safety improvements, and of course, enhancing the economic vitality of the downtown business district. So with that, when we were at council on the 25th at the special meeting about Witherspoon Street, there's quite a bit of discussion about the goals for the design and directives for staff as to how to improve the design that we were working with. And so we came up with this series of 6 items that we took away from that meeting. First being design for a one-way roadway. but consider how to accommodate a two-way operation if necessary. Designed for the ability to close off the roadway from Nassau Street to Spring Street for pedestrian use. If you recall, that was actually the #1 preference in a survey that we conducted last year. For this section of roadway, a close second was the one-way operation with one lane of parking and loading. So that was another directive that we took back and used to enhance our design. Provide parking, loading, drop-off garbage service areas, and provide a maximum 20 feet of paved area, plus or minus, for through travel, as well as parking, loading, drop-off garbage service. The smaller, the better. Provide green infrastructure, and lastly, maximize the area remaining for public space. So over the last month, T&M and our internal design team worked closely to come up with design ideas. But before we go into the nitty gritty of those details, I just wanted to point out that we are working with a 22-foot wide design. We heard that 20 was desirable, but based on emergency services and other service vehicles that need to move through that space, we did we did the test run with the DPW vehicles, and as the photo shows, 2 vehicles of this size take up more than 20 feet of space, and that's with, the mirrors between the 2 vehicles almost touching. And then in the bottom photo, we show when the fire department had to respond to a smoke condition at the Alchemist and Barrister. That's a 20-foot clear space between the bin blocks, and they used the space quite a bit. And so again, we just wanted to show kind of what road sections look like, what vehicles look like that would be using the space. But we did move ahead with a 22 feet wide design maximum. So as I indicated at the last meeting, this is for me a good photo that just indicates how car-centric, how vehicle-centric the road is now. And so moving into the changes in the design, we have designed, as requested, a roadway that is a one-way road, a one-way, one-lane road. So previously we had a larger through lane, which was about 23 to 20 feet, 23 to 25 feet wide. And now we have worked with T&M to reduce that. It's actually going to be a 12-foot travel lane. It's a little bit wider where we have our curb bump outs at Nassau at the 2-lane yard and at Spring Street, but it's still only 13.5 feet wide. And then when we get into the loading area, which we have shown on the west side of the road, it's only broken up at the 2-lane yard with a bump out to shorten the crossing distance in this location. And then it again picks up in this area. This is the hybrid flexible loading lane that was discussed when we look back at those directives from council on how to design the road. So it's a 10-foot wide lane. It can be used for loading. It can be used for parking. It can be used for pedestrian space. Because of the last directive from council of maximizing the pedestrian area, we have accessorized that loading service lane with pedestrian uses, just so that you can see how flexible it can be. So down in this area, between the 2-lane yard crosswalk and the Spring Street crosswalk, it's set up with outdoor dining, with a bike corral. As we move south on the road, we have dropped in a parklet and another bike corral. But again, all of these features are totally portable, seasonal, and if additional loading area is needed in addition to this space and in addition to this space, all of these things can be modified. If parking is desired, we do not currently show it. If parking is desired, we had discussed previously having the hybrid loading parking situation. That can also be accommodated in this space. We'll have to work with the parking department. We may want to switch over to the pay stations rather than individual metered spots, but that's definitely doable within this area. When I looked at it earlier today, I think there could be, if you have no pedestrian usage of this space, there's somewhere in the range of about 10 to 11 parking spaces that could be accommodated in these two service areas. So just wanted to show that. Sidewalks range from 14 to 16 feet, and that's measured from the building to the edge of the green infrastructure. We've kept the alignment of the green infrastructure and the street trees in a manner that if this service lane were to become a travel lane, then none of the trees or the green infrastructure that are set down at this area would have to be removed. We would just have some minor work that would need to take place up here near the crosswalks. And so, again, we see this as it's very pedestrian friendly. We have given some accommodation if a second lane of roadway is needed. But we're also, looking to maintain as much as we can in terms of the linearity and the gateway to Fitz-Randolph Gate, which is down here at the right side of the screen. And I know there was a question that had come up as to why do we have more sidewalk on one side than the other? And so the yellow line represents the center line of the right-of-way and as well as the two-way traffic movement to the north of Spring Street, so that you can see that we actually carry that center line all the way through this section from Nassau to Spring Street, and it lines up with the Fitz-Randolph gates, which was something, from a historic preservation perspective and a scenic gateway perspective, was very much desired. And then just to further show you the idea of the two lanes of traffic and what would be impacted, this black line then indicates the western edge of a southbound lane if it had to be created. And so again, you see that it would encompass that area that is currently shown as a loading service parking pedestrian space. And we would just need to do some modifications at each of the intersection crosswalk areas. Down at the bottom of the page are just a couple of examples of sidewalk sizes. So at these curb bump outs, especially here at the 2-lane yard, the sidewalk width is about 29 feet. So what we've shown you here is a representation from Nassau Street where we have a 28-foot wide sidewalk. So you can see the amount of space that we would be creating here. And then in terms of the rest of the sidewalk, especially on this west side, it's about 16 feet wide going to the back of the green infrastructure. And this photograph near Small World and Blue Point Grill, if you go from curb to building, that's about 17 feet. So it just gives you an indication of kind of the space that will be provided with this improvement. Just going into a little bit more detail as well so that you can see the allocation of space in a different format. We've taken I zoomed in on the section of the roadway from Nassau going towards Spring Street. This is the 2-lane yard and the new mid-block crosswalk. Taking a cross section there and looking at it, if in this space it is truly being used as a loading area, this is a representation of what it would look like with 2 vehicles in that space. We've got the green infrastructure and the street trees, the lighting, and then the pedestrian space on both sides. Moving on, in the same section, but where we have the parklet represented, again, this shows instead of the vehicle for loading and unloading activities, we have a parklet shown. So you just get a feel of the space and how it really is so much more pedestrian focused and maximized for pedestrian usage. And then finally, the last cross section in this area showing down towards the Alchemist and Barrister, if this service area is utilized for, dining and more casual operation. We've got picnic tables shown with a concrete planter that can be used to edge and protect this area so that the vehicles don't try to enter this area. So again, kind of the same situation with the sizes of sidewalks on both sides. Moving on to the next section, the Spring to Paul Robeson area. Again, we are carrying the linearity of the streetscape and the trees and the green infrastructure through the space. Some of these trees obviously are remaining near the library, and then we're adding some green near Heinz Plaza, near the new Griggs Corner building, and adding that crosswalk at Wholefish and Witherspoon Street. The one thing I do want to point out too, back on this other slide, you'll notice that all of the surfacing material is the same color in this section from Nassau to Spring. And we were looking at that to help us with that flexibility so that depending on how this service lane is operated, in the future, we wouldn't have to worry about having different colored material. It really would look like a seamless pedestrian space where you have a lighter gray tone on the roadway as well as the sidewalk. And that was pointed out by the HPC chair to be complementary to the streetscape work that we're working on Nassau Street. So again, just moving through the rest of this down at Paul Robeson to Green Street by the Arts Council and the cemetery. Again, we're creating a new bus shelter for the New Jersey Transit. And if and when the freebie restarts, a bus shelter at the intersection of Green Street. And with that, I'm going to stop sharing. And Michael, do you want to add in anything that I may have missed?
Well, I don't think you missed anything. I think that was a very comprehensive presentation. I would just kind of say that it was an interesting challenge to be charged with designing a one-way street, but trying to accommodate a possible change to a two-way pattern in the future if necessary. I believe personally this is going to be very popular when it's put into place as a one-way street, and I think we'll probably live with that. But we have designed it in such a way where there's flexibility. That service lane, the 10-foot service lane, as Deanna mentioned, can be many things. And the 12-foot lane is more than wide enough for a safe travel lane. So I think this really works. I think we've balanced really lots of different stakeholders and community members' concerns and wishes. Something had to give because the width of the entire street from street wall to street wall, from the buildings on one side to the buildings on the other, wasn't going to increase. We had to work with the space that's there. So, taking out that one travel lane, but then putting back in a smaller service lane and the added trees and landscaping, green infrastructure, extra pedestrian areas, nice crosswalks that are safer and more inviting. I think we've really balanced everything, and it's going to be a much better space for both pedestrians and vehicles. So I think the team has come back to you with what you wanted to see.
Okay, thank you. Council questions, Michelle?
First of all, I couldn't agree more with Michael. Deanna and her team have done a fabulous job of really trying to balance and bringing things together that have been from very varying viewpoints. I know, speaking to many of the businesses, what their concerns are, and it's hard to balance and find those compromise solutions for what residents and others want as well. I do have a couple of questions and points I want to make. One is, I know we had talked about 2 different colored pavers, and we had also talked about having the pavement from building to building be rather flat and not having the curb drops. Are we at a point where it's going to be flat? And I know we've moved to having it all one color. So I just wanted to ask that question and a few others.
I can jump in, and Tejal, I may need your assistance on that. In terms of the color, the idea of this being maximizing the pedestrian space and really making it look as more like a pedestrian plaza, that's where we determined that using one color of surfacing material would be better for that, because then it doesn't distinguish between a vehicular and a pedestrian space. So that was why we made the change in terms of one surface material. Tejal, do you want to speak regarding curb heights and the design in terms of that?
Yeah, so the curbs that we have proposed are actually not the height of the curbs that you have currently, which is between, I would say, 6 and sometimes even 9 inches. I think we were working on the grading and we figured out that your curb heights are at 9 inches. That means there are certain basements that are underneath the existing sidewalk that extend under the sidewalk and are at a specific height. These buildings are old, and it is very hard to go from the edge of the building to the center line of the roadway and not meet that height that you have, that access through your basements without that 8-inch plus or minus drop. So, and the curb also helps in keeping your pavers intact. It helps in guiding the drainage from, because the whole of Witherspoon Street is on a profile, which is the highest point is at Nassau and the lowest being at Spring Street. So to maintain that profile elevation also, and to have all that water go from Nassau all the way down to, I wouldn't say Nassau, I would say intersection of Nassau and Witherspoon to Spring Street, we do need that curb height. And that's why we tried several scenarios where we wanted to get rid of the curb, but I guess the 6-inch curb height that we are proposing for this project helps A, with the drainage, B, with maintaining the elevations at the basements that are extending underneath the sidewalk. We don't want to touch them in terms of, because A, they are historic, B, they are really very old, and you do need to support those structures properly. So I think that was another reason. And number three, I think, is also safety. When you have everything on one level, it is very easy for an errant vehicle to just run into a building if you don't have that elevation difference. So I think there were three factors that we determined that a curb was necessary, but it is not going to be like a wall that is right now. It's going to be 6 inches in height.
Yeah, and I would just like to add to that, that I think the continuous planting areas with the trees that are along each side of the travel lane and the service lane will really soften the effect. So there may be a curb and a elevation change there, but I don't think it'll be as noticeable because of the greenery that's along each side of the vehicular sort of realm.
Right. Thank you. Thank
And
you.
Michelle, I was going to also just add that we are also using it to inhibit people from walking into the green infrastructure as well a little bit. I know that's been a conversation point of the design team of, well, how do we stop people walking through these landscaped areas, so that we can maintain the lush vegetation. And so that curb is one of those deterrents as well.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for the explanation. And then my other question is about the loading lane. So you've got, I think it looks like 12 feet for the travel and 10 for the loading lane, and loading / parking, and having some flexibility, which we talked about, maybe a split loading situation where loading could be at certain hours, and then it could switch in a zone type of situation for parking without meters. And there, you mentioned 10 or 11 parking spaces potentially could be gotten if that's where we are leading. But in the loading situation, is 10 feet wide enough for your standard delivery trucks? I'm sure you've looked at all that, but I see, just sitting there watching, I see some very large, like they look like tractor trailers to me, coming down, pulling over, and then cars having a hard time getting around them. So I was just wondering about the dimensions.
I would, as someone who drives large trucks, I would say that once you take into account the mirrors, the width on many of those vehicles is about 9.5 feet. So you're leaving 6 inches to play, and you're hoping that they park those vehicles perfectly in that 10-foot wide lane.
Yeah, it's important to note, though, that we've got to keep that vehicular realm, that center part with the travel lane and the service lane, as tight as possible, or vehicles are going to speed, and it's going to basically perform like a 2-lane one-way street. So you got to have some constraints, but I think the 10 feet is plenty. The mayor made a good point. And also parking spaces are usually no more than 9 feet in width. So it should really work out okay.
Good. Thank you.
Dwayne.
Just a quick follow-up on what Michael just said. If we have that 10 feet for delivery trucks, is there a way we can, during delivery hours, actually by ordinance limit the speed there to let's say 5 or 10 miles per hour when passing another truck? So just in that particular instance?
I think it's challenging from the enforcement side. So I think the vehicles will learn to self-regulate in order to protect their mirrors and other outlying features of the vehicles. But we would recommend, to council that we consider, say, maybe a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit on the road section once it's improved.
But we'll have to depend on self-regulation, because that creates a concern based on what Mark just said about Michael made some points, but what Mark just said about the vehicle that's doing the deliveries have to be perfectly parked in order to create that space, and you'll still have their mirrors hanging out.
Well, it's interesting. Unlike what we have today in that stretch of Witherspoon Street with this wide open situation, the trees aren't really doing too well and they're not spaced regularly. It's a wide open space, so it's sort of a no man's land. I mean, you've got the trucks going around trucks. I think what we're introducing here is a much more orderly situation. And the trees that we're going to introduce, for instance, are going to be larger trees that create a canopy. And that's going to narrow the vision of the vehicular part of this block of Witherspoon Street. And that just automatically makes people slow down. It's like all of us have experienced this. When you turn the corner onto a narrower street, you automatically slow down. It's just human nature. So we're kind of building that all into the design. And I think the result will be a much safer stretch of Witherspoon Street.
And by the way, I think that this design overall is a wonderful improvement over what we've seen before. And I know it must be like I think Michael said earlier, that must be a heck of a challenge trying to balance. You can't please everyone, but you're doing an excellent job, I think, of trying to get to a point where you try to at least please enough people enough. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks, Dwayne. Eve.
Thanks, Mark. I want to echo Dwayne's comment, Deanna and Teja and the rest of the engineering folks who've been working on this. I saw, Deanna, you sent a draft of the notes you'd taken during the last meeting, and reading it over, it's like Eve says black, Mark says white, David says green. It's like, and somehow you've pulled all of that together into something. So congratulations on that. I have a question I'm not sure I should ask, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Let's say at some point in the future, there is a consensus and inclination that one way isn't working, and we decide to go to two way. So I have two questions about that, and then another unrelated question. So the two questions about that are, could you give us a rough estimate of what it might cost? And secondly, what is an appropriate time, right? The new design is going to go in, it's going to be one way. Some people are going to say the day after, it's terrible, it doesn't work. Like, what is an appropriate time that we should set for ourselves to say, we're going to give it a year, we're going to give it 18 months? What would you recommend for that, so we can say to the community, this is the design and it's going to be in place from the date it opens until X, and then we're going to evaluate whether, obviously, not if there's some kind of catastrophic event, but under normal circumstances. So throwing those two at you, and then one more after that.
According to Tejal, she's indicated that it will be about $800,000 at least to modify the design, or to, I guess, reconstruct to become a two-way operation. And in terms of the amount of time, Michael, I may look to you.
Yeah, I would love to answer that question.
Good, thank you.
From a planning perspective, I would really like to ask the council and the community to plan for success on this project as opposed to planning for failure. I mean, let's give this thing a chance. And that means you have to go through a few cycles, a few years of going through different seasons, times when downtown is busy, summer, winter. But we've proven to you that physically this can be converted back to two-way if necessary. That's done. That's in this plan. Having said that, we're going with a one-way street. Let's plan for success. Let's just I would like us to focus on making that work and work well.
I understand, and I appreciate that. And that's why I said maybe I shouldn't ask the question, but I just wanted, so your recommendation is we really need to give it several years to really, it's not a year, it's not 2 years, it's several years to see how things work before, in the worst of circumstances, we might decide to make a change.
Right, because I think by this design, you've always got that option, but let's be frank about it. Coming out of the COVID and everything, downtown, who knows what normal traffic and normal circulation patterns will be downtown. I would say at least 2 years just to see how things sort of shake out. But it doesn't have to be that long, or it could be longer. I think we're just going to have to gauge the success of the project as it goes along.
Okay, thank you. I just know that I'm sure there are people out there thinking that, so I wanted to address that. And then my other question, I think, is more again for Deanna and Teja, which is, I know, Deanna, we've spoken at times about the the flooding at Witherspoon and Holfish, how, I've waded through knee-deep water there. So I don't need to hear about all the technical details, but I just want to be reassured that there is real planning, whether it's in the stormwater infrastructure for the immense amounts of water that, come downhill and end up at that junction, and that we're not going to have flooding on that corner and in the library and other surrounding buildings. I mean, I know you can't promise, but.
No, I was going to say, remember that event in 2016, I think was likened to a 500-year storm event. And unfortunately, we do not design for a 500-year storm event. Who knows, DEP may be changing to that in the next few years with their resiliency planning. But yes, T&M is definitely looking at increasing storage. I mean, obviously the green infrastructure does a lot to slow down and hopefully retain some of the runoff. But I think they're also looking at other options to help us deal with that situation that occurred down at the intersection of Holfish and Witherspoon Street.
Yeah, not to belabor that point, but one day this spring, it wasn't quite up to my knees, but, probably definitely somewhere in the, it was a foot of water just in a very short period of time at that intersection. That was not the massive storm. The library didn't flood, but a lot of water accumulated very quick.
Okay.
All right. That's it.
Thank
I'm
you.
done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can Deanna and Tejal, can I just ask a follow-up on the estimated cost if for some reason we ever wanted the street to go back to two-way? 800,000, is that what I heard you say? Because it appears to me we're really talking about the removal of 3 bump outs to get the full width of the street. So I'm concerned for 2 reasons. A, that's sticker shock. B, at that number, I think it's hard to imagine that even if it was needed to go to two-way, that we'd be willing to bite that bullet. And I just don't understand how it could be that much. So sorry.
Do you want me to take this one?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So there are 2 things, Mayor. One is the bump out itself that will have the pavers and an elevation difference, right? And the second would be storm sewer. Now that this has come up, we will try to make sure that sticker shock is not as much. So, I mean, the amount of inlets that we are going to propose in the periphery of the curb bump outs, maybe we will put them in a location that they do not have to be moved when you're trying to go back to two-way. And again, Michael said that we have to design for success and not for failure. So this goes in line with that statement that, yeah, I mean, I'm saying if you do not have to touch stormwater, then you would be around 600 to 730K and not 800. But if you have to touch stormwater again in that location, the green infrastructure's got to go. You got to put in extra pavement back in or pavers, whatever you could decide at that point. That has an additional cost to the construction of the two-way. So, does that
fortunately, it's all contained on one side of the road as well.
Yes, it will all be contained on one side of the road. There will be no changes on the east. That way, we will be able to maintain that one-way northbound direction of travel, pedestrian travel, when we try to improve anything on the other side of the road.
Okay, I have some thoughts, but it's they're too detailed to get into now. So we'll just see where we end up on this. And happy to talk to you later.
Yeah, the other thing is that the utilities that you have to be rising up at these three bump out locations. That includes the electrical and any type of manholes that you have in that periphery. So that cost is also added in that 700K that I'm talking about. So that is also that what you have to consider when you go, if you go back to two-way.
Okay. Thank you. David.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't want this to, first of all, I'm really pleased at how much of what we requested at the last council meeting has shown up here. And thank you so much for that. The only little criticism I have is about the bike parking. I don't want to sound like a one issue person, and I know that where it's shown in the plan, it's just a sort of an example of where it could go in the flexible space. But I would like to suggest that to the extent that it can be located close to the point where bicyclists are going to be asked to dismount their bicycles, in other words, close to Nassau Street or close to Spring Street, it's going to be more convenient. And I just don't want to have bicyclists riding the wrong way against traffic to get to bike parking in the middle of the roadway. And then the other comment also related to bike parking is that it would be great to have some bike parking that is permanent rather than all of it being seasonal.
Yep, we hear you. We just didn't develop that yet in the concept design. I think we have some opportunities at Spring Street where we have the bump out for the crosswalk. I think that would be a good opportunity to put permanent bike parking in that location. Again, that's another spot where the space is 29 feet from building to edge of curb. So we have a lot of room that we could utilize. Up near Nassau Street, it's more challenging, but we can be creative with different types of bike racks. It's challenging because of the underground infrastructure with the electrical vaults, but we have ideas on how to be innovative there as well.
Yeah, and maybe some local artists could help us design some bike racks that are also sort of outdoor art and really would add to this stretch of Witherspoon Street.
Yeah, that is a conversation I started having with the Arts Council about how we can add public art into the space. And Adam Welch had some great ideas about competition for different types of benches, maybe that reflect the type of businesses that we have in the community, or, he brought up one about the record exchange, like a bench made out of old vinyl records or something. But we also are looking on how to pull in all of the history, both in Princeton and the corridor itself, in a way with art to kind of tell the story as well. So we are starting to kind of dive into that, and we'll probably be reaching out to the Public Art Committee at some point to see how to move ahead on that.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we can have a bike rack that looks like a trolley that used to run up and down Witherspoon Street decades ago. But anyway, are there any other council questions? Or if not, we can move to get public comments. Mia.
Not a question, just a comment, echoing my colleagues. I think you've done a really fabulous job of absorbing the comments, not only from us at the last meeting, but also from the community. And I know how hard you've worked. Thank you. I think that the main concern I expressed at the last meeting was that you had a really Solomonic decision to make. And I was afraid that the baby was going to be cut in half. And I think that the baby is intact and thriving. And this is a great design. And I know that it was very difficult to balance all of the competing community interests and priorities. And you've really done a great job. And it's a model for reaching consensus and compromise in a community where that's not an easy task. So thank you.
I just want to echo that. Thank you. Thank you for doing it. You really did a great job.
Thank you.
Okay. Members of the public, if Adam, you could start to bring people in one at a time as they raise their hands.
Okay, we'll start with Marco.
Okay. Marco, if you unmute, there you go.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for letting me speak. I just want to say this is an example of a well-designed plan that's taken into consideration a lot of the public comment. I would contrast this to the task force on parking that I think has not done a good job, has overstated their remit, and actually has not produced a plan with other options. And I'm still waiting to see those. We were expected to delay this until September, but I haven't heard anything about what the plans are. And I ask also, in conjunction with that, that you take away 2018 and vote no on it right now on the 18th ordinance there. That includes the surveillance in the parking thing. The Spring Street garage stuff is good, but not this. And I think that
Marco,
I think it's well afield.
Marco,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but just in respect to the other people that are listening for this specific item, and you'll have more opportunity to talk on the other items later in the meeting. So I'm sorry, but I just have to ask you to try to focus on Witherspoon Street for the moment.
Okay, I think it was a well-conceived plan, has a lot of options, and I think it's an example of how to do things. Thank you.
No, thank you. All right. Okay, who do we have next?
All right, we've got Labyrinth Books.
Okay.
Hi there, this is Dorothea von Moltke from both a resident and owner of Labyrinth Books. I've spoken on this topic on numerous occasions, and I've thought all day in anticipation of this meeting about how I could say something and be heard. You know, when you say the same things, you become predictable and it's hard still to be heard. And I'm at a loss. So all I can say as I'm listening is that it does sound like there's a foregone conclusion. It sounds like but I need to say that what you're calling a consensus does not include much of the business community, not just on Witherspoon Street, because there's so many of us who are thinking about our friends with businesses on Witherspoon Street, but who are, as you know, incredibly worried about what will happen to traffic flow in town overall. I, of course, because I have this level of concern, am very invested in the possibility of going back to two-way street. And I just, in listening in, it just feels like what's being proposed is a bit of a straw man option of return. And that's because of the price tag that it clearly has. So the mayor spoke to this. If I'm remembering correctly, the grant that started all of this for the Wither and is motivating much of this and the timetable was for $600,000. So we're talking about $200,000 more than the initial grant to make a return to two-way an actual option. And I agree with the mayor that the likelihood of that actually being considered and that money being found is probably very small. I have a practical question, again, in testing whether what we're calling an option of return, and I'm glad that it was considered to be a necessary must-have in the slide that Deanna showed at the beginning. But my question is, if you, let's say we do agree, and I want to be wrong, I've said this before, I want to be wrong in all my worries about the traffic situation in town that will result from this. But should those of us who are worried be realists rather than pessimists, should it turn out that way, then if we are to look at what you're proposing as a return to two-way, if I'm reading it correctly, that would be a two-way solution that then has zero parking and zero loading zones. So if you are calling an option of return with no loading zones and no parking an option, how do the businesses that are on Witherspoon operate with no loading zones at that point when you've eliminated, because now you're taking what you're calling the flexible, flexible pathway, which would become the other lane, leaving no loading zones, to say nothing of parking. And as you know, and parking is its own kettle of fish. We do know that. I won't continue because I don't want to hog too much time. But to the extent that parking is eliminated, it will be essential that Spring Street Garage have 45 minutes to an hour of free parking to make up for some of that. But I'd like you to speak to the question: to what extent is what you're calling the option to return to two-way truly something you are thinking of as an option if it has that price tag on it, and if it leaves the businesses on that street without loading zones and no parking? So if you could speak to that, and I point out that there is a letter that has been submitted that now has a big number of businesses, also not from Witherspoon Street, because we are extremely worried. And a test of a few years, know that a year in the life of a business, if it's being impacted by people not coming to town because the traffic is too much of a headache, a year can be make or break. And I will just keep it to that.
Thank you. Michelle?
Yeah, I was waiting to read the letter and address those issues that came up from the business community, because I think that this letter reflects that. So should I go ahead and read the letter, and then we can just take it point by point?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just ask one quick question? To the point about the foregone conclusion, I mean, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought there was a foregone conclusion, because didn't council vote on a one-way direction in December? So it seems like it's been a foregone conclusion that it would be one way for 6 months. And unless there was an option on the table to, I don't know, tonight, introduce a new ordinance, which would then require 3 weeks and then a hearing. And I didn't see, so I'm a little confused, because I think the underlying one way always was the foregone conclusion. But was there another ordinance on the table for tonight?
So I don't know that this is an ordinance as opposed to a design presentation. And the council could this evening say that you don't like the design and try again. Although that would probably put the state grant in jeopardy due to the schedule for that. But
okay,
I
okay, just didn't understand what I thought we had. Yeah, I thought there were certain underlying assumptions that have been a foregone conclusion for a really long time. So just checking on that.
But we reviewed that, I think, on May 25th when we had our meeting and decided on that. So
we agreed to parameters. Yeah.
So let me go ahead and read this letter, and then I think that'll, then I was going to address some of these questions. So to Mayor Frida and Town Council, for over 1 year, Witherspoon Street has been set up temporarily in a one-way configuration to allow for outdoor dining, which was necessary during the pandemic to keep our town's restaurants open and operating. Now that, thankfully, traffic has returned to town and council is considering permanent changes to Witherspoon Street, we feel we must make our needs as businesses known to you as clearly as possible. While each individual business is indeed different, the diverse businesses listed below have all spoken together and come to an agreement on a few simple, straightforward points that support the continuation of outdoor dining, but take the common sense approach to maintain flexible use of the roadway. We come to these conclusions based on knowledge of what's required to run our businesses, along with over a year of experience with one-way traffic on Witherspoon, as well as a view to the future of what we feel Princeton can become, a town that caters to residents and visitors alike to create a vibrant, beautiful, and prosperous downtown business district. Council has publicly asked for more opinions from the business community, and we are delivering on that ask. If we all hope for a vibrant downtown Princeton, then then the following must happen on Witherspoon Street for the good of the entire town. 1, Witherspoon Street requires beautification and a full redesign to make the best use of space in our downtown area, and we all agree that this is necessary and important cause. 2, we all love outdoor dining and encourage the new design to incorporate space for merchants to include outdoor seating next to their stores should they choose to. 3, we also require loading and parking areas on the street. In various recent public forums, council members have acknowledged the parking issues in downtown. We know they exist, and many of you have stated as such. There must be a way that we can maintain some parking spots in strategic locations on the street. In terms of loading zones, our stores require them for our businesses to operate, and we can surely utilize time limits on loading or dynamic loading parking spots throughout the day to enhance the experience for all. 4, perhaps most importantly, a roadway wide enough for two-way traffic while still maintaining loading and parking zones, and honest consideration for a return to that traffic setup is necessary and represents the best and most flexible path forward. The one-way setup is creating hardship for businesses and shoppers alike, even with the newer, wider setup in place after removal of the 10-minute free parking lane. Why artificially limit traffic flow and make things harder on businesses and shoppers by constraining this main thoroughfare to one-way traffic? The experiment over the last year has shown that we need that southbound lane, which will alleviate traffic on Witherspoon, Van Deventer, Palmer Square, and Chambers, and elsewhere in town. A design, and in bold, a design with the above characteristics must be our baseline moving forward for the good of the town, its merchants, and its residents. We have made our voices heard throughout the process as individuals and as groups, but never before with this many voices organized around the simple concepts above. The engineering department's last proposal prior to today shows that the above characteristics are possible. We argue that they are necessary. We ask that you heed Councilman Cohen's recent comments about being humble enough to admit that you may not know the future. We don't know the future either, but we do know what it takes to run successful businesses in downtown Princeton. It's time to move forward with a Witherspoon Street design that incorporates the above aspects so that all can enjoy downtown and we can continue doing what we do best, which is create great experiences for our downtown shoppers and diners. And this is signed by, I'll read the, I guess I'll go ahead and read the names. Adam Angelakis from Olives, Gabrielle Carbone and Matthew Erika from the Ben Spoon, Lawrence Chapois from Princeton Corkscrew Wine Shop, Hussam Mamoun and Jihad Chatter from Mamoun's Falafel, Jessica Dury from Small World, Aziz Abdullah from Kaza Aziz Salon, Joanna Ferrugia and Dean Smith from Jazams, Kathy Clockenbring from Jam and Crepes, John Lampert from the Princeton Record Exchange, Jack Morrison from the Witherspoon Grill, Christine's Blue Point, Lisa and Alex Ruddy from Princeton Soup and Sandwich, Andrew and Hank Siegel from Hamilton Jewelers, and Jeff Siegel from ML7 Properties, which is the property owner for many of the businesses, including Small World, Arley's, Kilwins, and Agricola, and Dorothea, who just spoke from Labyrinth. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to just go back and just review where we are, because the first thing about beautifying Witherspoon Street, obviously this design, I think we all agree, would accomplish that. The second point about creating outdoor dining spaces, I would also say that we could check the box on that. The third piece, I'm afraid there may have been, maybe there was misunderstanding because this was a new design that came out just, a few days ago. So I'm not sure if everyone really understood, but in Deanna's presentation, she really reviewed how these loading area, the whole 10-foot loading lane could also be used as parking, and that there's flexibility there. And we could also zone for it to be shared. So maybe there'd be certain hours for loading and certain hours for parking. So I think the real sticking point here is the fourth piece about, we do have a roadway that's wide enough to turn back to two-way if it doesn't work out. But what I wanted to ask us to look at is, and just bring this back to Deanna's to talk about, is the mitigation efforts. I feel that we have really not had an opportunity to fully utilize these mitigation efforts. We have not had the right turn only lane implemented on Chambers. I'm not sure if we've had the change of timing on Van Deventer. So Deanna, could you speak a little bit about the mitigation? I don't know if the time frame of seeing this all take place would really be 2 years, or is it the summer and the fall? So could you just kind of give us a brief on where the mitigation is?
Sure. So the mitigation is part of our access permit application that has been submitted to the Department of Transportation. Part of their review process is pending a plan from Princeton on Witherspoon Street. We submitted some of the previous concept plan to them so that they could have an idea of what work was proposed near the intersection at Nassau and Witherspoon. But it could take up to about 9 months to get DOT permission for the modification and the mitigation. That we have proposed separate to changing the signal timing at Nassau, Washington, Van Dievender. So I think I reported back in May that DOT had issued the work order to change the signal timing for the exclusive pedestrian phase at that intersection. And I'm seeking some confirmation from DOT. Our staff took a look at it. We think that it has been modified and updated, but I want to hear that back from the traffic engineer at the State Department of Transportation first, just to make sure that it has been implemented. In terms of the other mitigation efforts that were proposed, were at Palmer Square at the intersection with Nassau Street. And that's actually a point that we are having a conversation with the hotel contractor or project manager on, because of the work that's proposed at Chambers Street. We may be able to put that mitigation in place earlier, concurrent with some of their construction activities. And then Chambers Street obviously will be affected by the construction activities, and it's part of our application. So we're still waiting to hear back on that from the state.
Thank you. So, I mean, a lot of this has not even really taken effect yet. So, I mean, we still have the opportunity to see improvements. And I know there's just recently the lifting of the curbside pickup, and which also will help in terms of that. And then we talked about also advertising and having some wayfinding and signage that would indicate that there's 30 minutes free in the Spring Street garage, to try and change the behavior and get people to park more in the garage.
Right. And that's currently in the works. We've submitted it to the sign company, and they're just working through proofs and getting us a quote. So that hopefully will move within the next month or so.
Okay, David.
Yeah, I just want to, again, ask Deanna to address one question that Dorothea asked, which is, if we go back to the two-way traffic, I realize we lose the parking, and I'm fine with that. But in terms of the loading, do you have any thoughts about how loading would occur in this block if we went back to two-way traffic?
Yes, so I'm sharing my screen. Sorry about that quick switch over so we can get to that picture. So the length of the road from Nassau Street to Spring Street is approximately 400 feet. We have loading zones on Nassau Street. We've got a loading zone on Spring Street. We are definitely looking at the parking areas north of Spring Street to be available for loading activities. So at both ends of the street, there are opportunities for loading and unloading activities to occur. It is not right in front of the business. The loading activities will have to occur at one end and be walked in. But we do have other areas in town that do not necessarily have loading available right at the street as well. And I think our experience too pre-COVID is that the loading zone that did exist on the street in this area was always utilized by our own businesses, and loading vehicles or unloading and loading vehicles actually needed to use Palmer Square East and walk from Palmer Square East with the materials that were being delivered. So we're confident that with the existing loading zones that occur on Spring and Nassau Street, as well as what we can accommodate in a hybrid situation on the rest of Witherspoon Street, that there would be sufficient loading opportunities.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, Dwayne, sorry.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a follow-up on David's question and Deanna's answer. Isn't it also possible, even though I hope and pray we would not have to go back to two-way traffic, but if we did, isn't it possible that for as far as the loading issue is concerned, that we can make it that for certain loading times, the street could be one-way only? Maybe certain times of the morning for maybe a couple hours slot could be one-way only to allow for the loading and then go back to being two ways or something like that.
With technology, I think anything is possible.
Okay.
We would just need to coordinate with the Department of Transportation, because we do have the intersection with the state highway. But yes, I'm sure that is definitely an option if you have automatic bollards that can hydraulically raise out of the road, on a timer situation. So yes, I'm sure that could be accommodated.
Okay, thanks.
Leticia.
Thank you. So I understand that even though in the surveys and what we had heard from members of the public, that an all pedestrian zone was the most popular option, but we're looking at the one way because of traffic flow concerns. And I do understand the concerns expressed by our merchants, that we don't know yet how that's going to play out. They're valid concerns, but we don't know. I think Princeton, right now, I'm actually away and just blocks away from an area where they have an all pedestrian zone, which is attracts a lot of tourism. So, I think, as the wait and see too, that it might be not what is feared right now, that it could actually be, especially if we have the option to try out the null pedestrian at times, that it may turn out that it's not, hopefully, not what is being, our worst case scenario won't be realized. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go back to public comment so we can get through the rest of the public. Hey.
Okay, we have Lisa Siriusol.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Ms. Stockton, Mr. Laplace. I'd like to thank you very much for all of the diligent efforts you've made in working on this plan. It shows a lot of imagination and utilization of techniques that have been very successful in other parts of the state and in other parts of the country and the world, as Leticia was mentioning, that she's near a pedestrianized urban area. And I've been to many pedestrianized areas that have been extremely popular. And I do believe that with all of the talent that's been put forward here between our own staff and our consultants, that as Mr. Laplace has said, that we should be planning for success, because I feel quite sure that we can make this happen, and it will be a significant draw. It will become I believe, the much preferred alternative to walking from your car 400 feet to Wegmans or to Target, because you will have so many other more attractive opportunities to just pop in and wander. Imagine, the instantaneous inspiration to be able to look at things that, because you're not in your car, because you're on your feet, and the businesses will see an opportunity that they don't see right now because there is so much traffic. I also believe that you've taken a lot of steps to make this a safer section of Witherspoon, particularly with the addition of the crosswalks, the neck downs, the bulb outs. And I really appreciate seeing all of the increased green infrastructure and stormwater mitigation. So bravo, thank you. I fully support what you've presented tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, we have Samuel Bunting.
Okay.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Samuel Bunting of 99 Dempsey Avenue. I'm going to try to be brief because I feel like we've talked about this project a lot. The first meeting I went to discuss this project was in last February. So that's like 16 months now that I feel that we've been having back and forth about this plan. And, it's appropriate to have a significant public consultation about a project as important as this, but I'm starting to think that we're really relitigating things over and over again, and with increasingly bizarre consequences. The merchants, of course, I fully respect their point of view, and I'm a regular patron of many of these merchants, but I'm slightly confused, I have to be honest, about why Laurent from the Princeton Corkscrew is concerned about the loss of street parking in Witherspoon Street. I am a regular customer at the Princeton Corkscrew, probably too much of a customer. And anytime I go there, I never park on Witherspoon Street. Likewise, when I go to Jam and Crepes, which I do regularly, I never park on Witherspoon Street. And when I go to Jazam's, which we go to Jazam's all the time, we never park on Witherspoon Street. I think that the potential loss of these parking spaces is really being overstated. And in contrast, I think that the opportunity which is presented to create a really valuable public space with really nice, wide sidewalk areas that will attract customers and tourists into Witherspoon Street is really being underrated, and it's going to be something which is going to be potentially really very nice amenity for residents, visitors, and I think ultimately the merchants themselves. But so in general, I like the plan as it's currently constituted, and I hope we can move on it soon because we've already talked about this a lot. But I will point out that, for me, what I really wanted to see was an all pedestrian space. And I'm not getting that. And so we're sticking to having cars driving through Witherspoon Street. And I understand that there's a big lobby for that. But the question I have to ask is, where are the bike facilities? Because we're supposed to have a complete streets policy in this town. And maybe Deanna can comment on this, because my impression is that there are no bike facilities anywhere in the entire Witherspoon Street plan. So my point of view is that, from my perspective, this plan is a big compromise. I'm giving up a lot of things that I would like to see. And, that's just the spirit of what we have to do in a town where there are multiple points of view, is to try to find something that works pretty well for everybody. And although this plan really doesn't have all the things that I would like to see, it does have a lot. And, I would be happy to see it move forward. Anyway, I've talked about it a lot. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'll leave it up to you, and I hope you do the right thing.
Thanks, Sam. Michelle?
I just want to recap and on Sam's points there and just make sure everyone understands what I understand. It's first of all, it's always difficult. You can't really speak for the whole business community as one unified voice. There's a lot of voices and a lot of competing interests and needs. But I just want to recap on that letter that the first 3 points, the point about redesigning and making it beautification, we're all in agreement on. We're also all in agreement that we want more outdoor dining spaces. We're actually all in agreement on the third point, because I think there was a misunderstanding when you looked at the plan. If you didn't really understand it, and if you weren't present to hear Deanna's presentation, I don't think it really came across in a map that lane for loading could also be used for parking. So it's a flexible lane. So I think that third point is really also addressed, and we could tick that off and say, Deanna and her team have addressed those first 3 points. And the fourth point about the traffic is something that I brought up before about timing and needing to go through the mitigation. So I don't think we're at odds. I think we've got a lot of we've addressed, Deanna and her team have addressed a lot of these concerns and needs, and we've had extensive conversations. So I feel comfortable and confident that we're addressing and doing the most we can to address the business community's needs.
Great, thanks. Let's go to Eve and then we'll get back to the
Just a quick question to address Sam's point, which is, while this will not be a pedestrian space, it will be easy to close down. So we can experiment with that. We can have, a Saturday or a Sunday where we close it down and we see how that affects business, how that affects traffic. Deanna, actually, I have a question on that, which I hadn't thought of, since Witherspoon does touch a state street. Will we need to get permission from the state every time we want to? That has never occurred to me before right now, and I hope the answer is no, but I figure I should ask. But
we will need to consult with the Department of Transportation, and I think if we plan to start programming this block from Nassau to Spring Street with regular activities, it would be worthwhile to have a dialogue with them and set up a schedule to say, once a month, once every 2 months within this time frame, this is how Princeton wants to do it. And but yes, we will have to talk to them.
But more a notification than a seeking approval?
I think so. I think, there's a certain amount of time, I think, that you can close a road and it's not an issue.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So thank you for clarifying, because I
I
realized
think that was
going down a
48
path.
hours. That was a
It is.
buzzsaw we ran into with the slow streets
Yes.
last year.
So you can't, okay, right. So, but we
If
could
it's
close
less
it
than
for-
48 hours, there's
Okay.
no way.
All right. So anyway, going back to Sam's point, so that is kind of part and parcel of the whole thing, that we felt that even though to meet the needs and concerns of the merchants, that we could not close the street entirely, especially because of, deliveries, that this would enable some flexibility, that on a weekend or an evening when those concerns are not at the top of the agenda, we can close it down and experiment with having a pedestrian area. And I think that's something that will be built in, but will be relatively low cost to, if we decide it doesn't work, then it doesn't work, and we haven't spent tremendous amount of money on it. So.
Correct.
Okay, let's try to get the rest of the public comment in. Adam, can you bring in?
Yes, I think Tony actually wants to speak.
Okay, yeah, his hands went up for a while.
Thank you. I wish to inject a note of even greater optimism that this is going to be successful, and support the comments of Letitia and Lisa and some of the others. I have been to a number of towns and cities in other countries in the world, and I have seen a lot of pedestrian areas. And indeed, when I go to the same town on multiple occasions over the years, I see them adding more pedestrian areas. I talk to people, I find that they are very popular. It is said that they attract more custom, and people come because it's something they want to see. So I'd like to say that those who are afraid that it might get worse, it really isn't going to get worse. It's going to get better, and it will make Princeton a particular magnetic attraction. So I would love to see it become, in due course, when we overcome our concerns, a fully pedestrian area with appropriate access for emergency vehicles and for loading, of course. But yes, this can work very well.
Thank you, Tony. All right, Adam, who's next?
Okay, we have Tinica.
Tinica? Tinica?
I am very sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can.
Okay, sorry about that. My name is Tina Castillo, 79 Dempsey Avenue. And I also would like to thank everybody on the design team for an amazing job. I think it's going to be great. And as many people have pointed out, this is the compromise design, because so many people wanted to have an all pedestrian street. And so I feel that a one-way street is a compromise. And if, and if we all walk away slightly dissatisfied, then that's the sign that you've done the right thing, right? I have 3 comments. One is about stormwater management. Everybody knows that the FEMA maps, flood maps, are outdated. And so I would urge you to not plan for a 100-year storm, but please to plan for a 500 or maybe even a 1,000-year storm. And the reason I say that is because just a few years ago, North Carolina got hit 2 years in a row by what is now considered to be 1,000-year floods, okay? 2 years in a row. And as a taxpayer, I would love for our library to not get flooded like that again, or any other repairs to be made. Second point, I see that in your design, concept design, you have these funnel-like striping close to the intersection of Witherspoon and Paul Robeson. I would like to ask you to please make that straight, because as soon as you open up that street at the end, people will imagine that there are 2 lanes. And this happens on Hamilton and Walnut. It becomes really dangerous because when somebody makes a left turn, the next person doesn't want to wait and says, wait, here is a second lane, right? And then they try to pass on the right. And it's really very dangerous, particularly for pedestrians. Thirdly, where are the bike lanes on Witherspoon Street, north of Robeson and Wiggins? Our bicycle mobility plan calls for bike lanes on that stretch. And it would be really, really good for people who live in the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood to be able to reach the downtown area in a safe way, meaning on dedicated bike lanes. I understand that the competition for space is fierce, but we're all smart, and I am quite confident that this team can find a good solution for that stretch as well. Thank you. This is awesome.
Thank you. Okay. Adam, we have one more hand up.
Yes, it looks like Labyrinth Books would like to speak again.
Yep. I just like to say, normally we don't let people come back twice, but I think there were some direct comments to Dorothea's comments, so.
No, I know that Jessica was from Smallwood was going to speak, and I would like to cede my time to her.
Okay. All right, are there any?
Jessica is in attendance. Maybe she doesn't know how to raise her hand.
I'm sorry, what was the name?
Jessica Dury.
Dury. She just said her hand was just up for a second, I saw.
I see her here, okay. All right.
There we go.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, Jessica.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. I was literally putting dinner on the table for 4 hungry men. So I'm trying to collect my thoughts here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all the hard work. It's really difficult to know what to say at this point. I would just like to address a few things. I know this has been a laborious process, and a lot of hard work has gone into it. I just would like to point out a few historical parts of the whole process, that the survey that gets brought up from time to time, to my knowledge, perhaps I'm incorrect, it represented about 1% of our population. And the vote to turn Witherspoon to one way occurred during a time that so few members of the public could even have the bandwidth to pay attention to it. It was a few days before Christmas, an election year that was highly contentious during a pandemic when most of us were just trying to get through the day. So those are just some thoughts about the historical nature of the decision-making process. Like Dorothea, I would very much like to be wrong about my fears and concerns. I very much speak tonight and discuss this with the hope and the intention that Princeton is able to be its best version of itself. I love this town. I've moved here from California and made it home. And like many people who have brought up pedestrian ways and those kinds of places, I grew up overseas my entire childhood in places that have pedestrian ways. They're all very different from Princeton, which is probably the genesis of some of my concerns, that our town is very, very small and we have very few throughways. All I'm going to say at this point is I'm on the street almost every day, all day long. And I see what happens on Witherspoon. And I think that we have had a very distinct pilot program for the one way. And I have seen, obviously it's not the redesign, it's sort of like the makeshift, let's get through COVID design. So I say this with understanding that it's not what is intended to be the final design. But with the constrictions that we've put into place on that street, I see on a daily basis, well, today, for instance, the parking spots at the top of Witherspoon close to Nassau Street, 3 or 4 cars parked there, and a tractor trailer and 2 huge box trucks parked right alongside the 4 meters. And so whoever was parked in those cars couldn't get out because there's just such a demand for loading Monday through Friday in the morning. And so what I see is a business that's open from, well, now we're reopening at 6:30 and we're only open till 7 p.m. right now because of staffing. But what I see during the morning and the afternoon on many days is so much space is constricted that we are unable to with all of the space that's devoted to the outdoor dining, which I understand why we've done it, it's putting such a chokehold on all the other needs of the street. And there's an imbalance in what's happening, and it creates a lot of tension. And I can't tell you how many times I've seen people jump out of their cars and their trucks and yell at each other, and, you know, horns honking. So I guess my main point is, I know that you're trying your very best to address all the needs. It feels like the design is more beneficial to the nighttime and the weekend, but not Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. You know, if I could sort of throw ideas out there, I think the intention of this works great for certain times of day, at certain times of the week, at certain times of the year. But what I see since we've implemented the one way is every single day and afternoon, most of the space is unused. And so the tiny bit of space that's left for deliveries, parking, traffic is so constricted. So I can see why some people would say, yes, then just close it down. But again, we are a downtown with 3 north-south streets: Vandeventer, Witherspoon, and Chambers. So it's difficult to completely compare us to other places that have successfully done this, because every town is different. So I just have a lot of concerns. I want to be wrong, but I see it every day. I'm on that street 50 hours a week. And I just, I hope that we can find a good path forward. I feel like we've been slightly held hostage by the grant, and that the decision-making process was perhaps, I don't know, pushed really quickly because of the grant. But I'm not a government official. I run a coffee shop, but I know your job is hard, and I appreciate all the work that's going into it. I'm just trying to, in between feeding a bunch of people, trying to convey my concerns. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay, Adam, do we have any other hands up?
I'm not seeing any hands, Mayor.
Okay. Any other council comment, questions? Okay. I'm sorry, Eve, go ahead.
I just want to thank you. I just want to respond directly to Jessica. I really appreciate you coming here and expressing your concerns, as you have, I know, to me personally and to other members of council. And I want you to know that I at least have taken really seriously what you've said, and you know, and hear your concerns, even if you may not like ultimately where we come down. But I really appreciate you coming and speaking.
Thank you, Eve. Okay, one more hand went up, so let's get one final public comment, and then we're going to wrap up this discussion.
Okay, bringing over Kathleen.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your time, and I know how hard this has been as well. And I just want to second Jessica's concerns. I'm one of the owners of Jam and Crepes, and though I'm not directly impacted on Witherspoon, I am impacted on the overall flow of traffic in our town. And I am very, very concerned about that. And I'm concerned not only as a business owner, but as a resident. And I too have seen the situations that Jessica has described. And it is really disheartening to see how much anger that there can be displayed over parking and traffic flow. And this is not about being against a dining area. I think this is advocating for flexibility of the space. And if there was a compromise to be able to have that flow when it's appropriate, evenings, weekends, and then provide increased traffic flow for when people are trying to get across town, whether it's from Community Park, St. Paul's, middle school, wherever. I'm just asking for that strong consideration. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Okay. All right, seeing no other hands. Does anyone from council want to suggest a way forward? Or we should come to some conclusion here? Michelle.
It's not a resolution, so do we just make a motion that we want to move forward? Should we put that up to vote, or how do we do that?
I think a motion and a voice vote would be fine, just so the staff and the consultant have some guidance from the governing body that they're good to move ahead, or that they're doing a reversal, or they're doing whatever.
Yeah, I would make a motion to move ahead. I appreciate greatly the comments and the feedback, and I think we've taken all into consideration, and I think that this is a really solid plan. So I would make a motion to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Eve, that's a second. All right, any other council comments or questions that haven't been made or asked already?
I mean, this is pretty obvious, but I know the staff has done a tremendous job, as I said earlier, trying to please as many of the various constituencies as possible. At the end of the day, there's some issues here that are diametrically opposed. You have folks who are advocating extremely to make it a two-way. You have those folks who want it completely closed off. And you're not going to please everyone. So that being said, maybe I'm just repeating what I said earlier, but at the end of the day, I think David made a comment, not today, but previously when we discussed this issue about moving forward boldly. And I think we should move forward boldly with the compromise plan that staff worked so hard on. So I know it's not my turn to vote yet, but since the mayor asked for final comments, that's my final comment on that.
Thank you, Dwayne. Mia.
I just want to say I also have heard the request for flexible space that the merchants have brought up tonight and in the past, and I think that I was really encouraged to see tonight how much progress has been made on that, and it reassures me that our staff do understand that this street has different needs at different times of day, on different days of the week, and at different seasons. And I do think that's really important for us to continue to be sensitive to those different needs, and to try to work together with the merchants to make sure that we're maximizing those uses. And I also just wanted to echo Eve and thank you, Jessica, so much. You're arguably the most affected by all of this. And I appreciate that in your interactions with council and whenever you come, you're extraordinarily respectful and understanding. And it just underscores why you have been such a success, because you're considered part of the community family. And we so appreciate what you give us every day at Small World, which is much more than coffee. And you have all of our commitment to try to continue to work with you to hopefully make this work. And if it doesn't work, to try to figure out what will work for you. So thank you, Jessica.
Any other council comments? Okay, so we have the motion that Michelle made. No other questions? All in favor, please say aye. Put up a hand, do something. So
Aye.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you to everyone that was participated from the public and listened in. Thank you to all the staff and consultants for helping us get this far. All right, next item on the agenda is a presentation, the sustainable landscaping presentation. And I'd just like to say that I was able to attend a couple of the Sunday afternoon meetings with this group, and that was those were very, very well run, excellent exchange of information. And it was a pleasure to work with Eve on this. And Eve, why don't you take the lead?
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to say, first, I guess Christine is going to share her screen. So I'll wait until that starts. Okay, so for those of you who read Spanish, who would prefer to listen in Spanish, I'd like to say that there's an opportunity to do that by clicking on the interpretation icon. And I'd like to thank resident and participant in this process, Maria Huego, for providing the simultaneous interpretation, which she's done at all of our meetings where that's been required. Just an amazing contribution, an artist at work. And there's also a transcript in English available should you want to read rather than listen. So the steering committee for the sustainable landscaping effort, and that effort is called Changing the Landscape, Healthy Yards, Healthy People, has been meeting since January. All the project partners are identified on one of the later slides. The work of the steering committee since we began has been imbued with the idea of giving voice to people who are usually voiceless and making sure that our landscapers, landscape owners are included in this process, as well as the voices of residents. And we've been using Princeton's racial equity toolkit as a tool with which to include this process. And my thanks, personal and from the whole group, to Princeton Civil Rights Commission for developing that and for helping us work with that. The goal is to recommend solutions that are both environmentally sustainable and socially equitable. You'll be hearing from 4 of the community partners tonight: Quiet Princeton, Sustainable Princeton, Unidad Latina and Acción, and the Princeton Environmental Commission. And I'm going to turn this over to our first speaker, Tony Lunn of Quiet Princeton.
Thank you, Eve. It's a pleasure to introduce this topic this evening. This is an important day for Princeton, and it's what we're going to be talking about this evening, and what Tammy will be introducing later, is the fruit of many years of effort by many people, several of whom are speaking tonight. I'd also like to note with pleasure that in the audience we also have Grace Sinden, who was a pioneer in this effort on leaf blowers 25 years ago, and Dr. Jamie Banks of Quiet Communities, who is a national expert in the technical matters related to all of this. Next slide I have to ask for, don't I? Thank you. Okay, I'm going to be talking about gas leaf blowers, which I shall call GLBs. Others who follow me will be talking about wider aspects, but I'll focus particularly on this one. Why do we focus on them? They are the first area of interest here because they expose both workers and the public to very significant health and daily life and ecological problems. And it's a complex issue because there are issues of social justice here that we'll get into, public health, quality of life, and the effect on the environment. Again, why GLBs? They have two-stroke engines, which are very highly polluting engines. They're also used very frequently and for many months of the year. Next slide. Next slide, please. I've been asked to give a brief history of the situation with leaf blowers in Princeton. It's been going on for a quarter of a century now, and at that time there was a vote in Princeton Township Committee, 3-2, to vote down a plan to regulate leaf blowers. And we have been dealing with the consequences of that vote for the last quarter of a century. And it's a good reminder that council votes do have a significant long-term impact. During this quarter of a century, the frequency of use and the loudness and power of these devices has increased, and also the knowledge of how much harm they cause has also increased. Then just a year ago, with COVID, there are many more people working from home, school children trying to work from home and have direct experience of the noise and pollution that they didn't have when they were away. But now they're home, they see it much more directly. And what's been happening is that hundreds of residents have expressed wish for a total ban on these devices. And around the state, many towns are starting to take action. In that quarter of a century, superior alternatives have become available, which is very nice and makes things easier to make a change. Also, there's been an increasing interest in different ways of landscaping, moving away from what you might call the scorched earth, leave not a leaf behind on the lawn kind of landscaping, which I have called very artificial or plastic kind of landscaping, to have a more natural kind. And more recently still, efforts are going on to try to help landscapers make this transition. Next slide. Number one, noise. These devices are very loud and they do cause hearing damage, and there's lots of data on that. The noise has a particularly large amount of low frequency component. That is why if you're in your house and you close all the doors and windows, you can still hear them, because low frequency sound is very penetrating. Consequently, even a single device affects a very large number of residents, and multiple devices even more. Next slide. Number two, pollution. This is an interesting one because at first many people don't realize how significant it is. Just to give a couple of quick anecdotes, a backpack GLB emits more smog-forming pollution in an hour than a sedan does driving 1,000 miles. These devices emit tiny particulates that go straight into the lung, that little tiny red dot at the bottom right, compared with a human hair. And it was for reasons like this and the deaths and illnesses that are caused that made the town of New Delhi in India ban two-stroke engines 15 years ago. But there's more. 30% of the gasoline isn't even burned. It emits directly into the air. And you'd think, well, fuel spillage isn't a big deal, you know, a teaspoonful here, a tablespoonful there. The EPA has calculated that it's millions of gallons a year nationwide. Not trivial. Next slide. The third thing of importance here is the social justice aspect. This photograph, by the way, I took just 100 yards from my own front door. This shows the intensity of the equipment that is sometimes used. Let's remember that it's the landscape workers who operate these devices day in, day out, who have the greatest health risks of all. And we know that they get modest wages, modest job security. They work for small companies often who have low amounts of capital. So social justice, which others will be talking about more, requires that we pay attention to these people, these workers, and make sure that they get the protection that they need, and we move as expeditiously as we possibly can. Next slide. Number 4. This is the great news, which is that alternative equipment is now readily available. The battery revolution means that there's a lot of stuff available now. And I'm pleased to announce that the first all-electric landscaping companies are now operating in Princeton on the quiet Princeton website, on our Quiet Landscapers page, we already have 2 such companies that use commercial grade equipment. The upfront costs are a hurdle, and others will be discussing how to deal with this in a few minutes. But the interesting thing is that of all the stuff that you need to do landscaping, you need a truck, you need mowers, you need a trailer, you need a lot of fuel every year. The leaf blowers are actually a modest part of that cost, so they're not a crippling factor. And the best thing of all is that the operating costs are lower in the long run. So once you get over the hurdle, you're actually saving. Finally, next slide. Tammy will be talking in detail about what she's going to propose. It involves a summer and winter ban of these devices. So for some months of the year, this will be a fine start. We estimate that it will reduce the overall noise and emissions throughout the course of the year by about a quarter, maybe a little more than that. Why not more than that? Well, because they are most intensively used in the fall and the spring. So this is a start. How it's implemented, Council will need to look at in some detail, especially things like enforcement and encouragement of everybody to comply to make sure this is successful. There's been a lot of experience in other New Jersey towns on what to do and what not to do. And we need future steps to strengthen all of this to provide even stronger protection. I'll conclude with some words spoken by Winston Churchill 4 years before I was born, at the time when the tide began to turn in World War II. This is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end. But it is perhaps the end of the beginning. Indeed, I hope that we are starting on the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. And for those of you that don't know me, I'm Christine Symington. I'm the Program Director at Sustainable Princeton, and I'm going to give an update on the Changing the Landscape project. Tony's given you great background, which really has informed the course of the project. So what is the project and why now? Well, there's a recognition in the environmental and sustainability community that not enough has been done to address the inequities in our society. And last summer, the Funders Network solicited proposals for its Partners for Places grant, and it sought proposals for equitable sustainability projects that focus on serving the people who are impacted by systems of oppression and injustice, economic disadvantage, and environmental harm, where they are the co-creators, the leaders and partners, and the partners are committed to addressing institutional and systemic racism and equitable outcomes. So this coincided with the renewed interest that Tony mentioned from those working and learning from home that were concerned about the noise from gas-powered maintenance equipment. And in consultation with our community partners, we submitted a proposal for a grant, and Princeton received a $55,000 grant for a year-long project to bring environmental and sustainability advocates, the local government, and frontline community organizations to work together with the landscaping community to adopt practices that protect the health of both the landscapers and the environment. So the Changing the Landscape project is being guided by a steering committee that includes members from the Environmental Commission, Council, Board of Health, Civil Rights Commission, and the Human Services Department and Human Services Commission. Representatives from frontline community organizations, Unidad Latina en Acción New Jersey and LALDEF are part of the steering committee. It also includes a member of Quiet Princeton and the Rutgers School of Public Health. It also includes Maria Wega, Princeton resident advocate and interpreter. Sustainable Princeton serves as the project coordinator, and MAPRO Collaborative is assisting as a consultant and a facilitator. Steering committee meets monthly, and not only does the steering committee guide activities to adopt practices that protect the health of landscapers and the environment, but just as importantly, the steering committee is working together to learn how sustainability organizations and advocates and the municipality and frontline community groups can work better together and become partners in addressing institutional and systemic racism. The grant, the project includes a number of different deliverables and different focus areas that all have different levers. These levers working in conjunction will hopefully bring about change faster than they would independently. So these deliverables include sustainable focus groups and landscaping workshops with the landscaping community. It also includes looking at procurement practices from commercial property owners and institutions, and looking at ways to incorporate into their procurement contracts the desire for more sustainable landscaping practices, including the type of equipment that they use. Another set of deliverables is looking at policy, looking at the environmental health and safety and economic impact analysis for certain policy recommendations. And lastly, we've heard from the landscaping community quite clearly that they're often just doing what residents and property owners want. So there is a need to work with the property owners, and in particular residents, on how they manage or how they want their properties to be managed. So that is another area of focus for the grant. So what are we learning? What are the tools we are learning? As Councilwoman Niedergang mentioned, the Civil Rights Commission introduced a racial equity impact assessment toolkit, and they introduced it just as we were kicking off this project, and it could not have come at a more opportune time to be a guiding document throughout the process. Tommy Parker, who's chair of the Civil Rights Commission, is on the steering committee and has helped us throughout the project to make sure we're incorporating the recommendations. In particular, I pulled out this recommendation that resonates with the project, and that is that it's essential to consult and get the perspective of impacted communities, historically marginalized communities, in the development of programs and policies. Another tool that we've been using is this power analysis diagram. This chart helps to identify which groups and community members that should be prioritized for engagement. The bottom horizontal guides you to identify who has the least influence and access to power, and the vertical axis helps you identify who is the most impacted and who is the greatest need. And those that fall in that top left quadrant are those that should be prioritized for engagement. The next diagram is helping us understand just how are we engaging those that fall into that quadrant, and make sure that we are making efforts to move from the left side of the continuum, where you're simply informing or consulting with these impacted community groups, to the other end of this continuum, where there's collaboration and empowerment of the frontline community members. Oops. So here's where we are. We're about midway through a year-long project, just a little bit past midway. And as you can see, we spent the first half of this really engaging with the landscaping community. And I'll take a moment here, if those are still on this meeting that tuned in for something else, that are commercial property owners or homeowners, we would love to work with you to figure out how you can engage your landscapers to employ more sustainable practices, not just through the equipment that they're using and helping them transition to battery powered, but also how they can manage the land in a different way other than just mowing. So I'm going to give a high-level summary of the landscaper engagement to date before I turn it over to Ana Paula Pismino from Unidad Latina en Acción, who's going to elaborate on what we heard from landscapers. Last summer, we issued a survey to landscaping company owners and crew. We garnered 21 responses, 16 were English and 5 in Spanish. And that helped us build some foundational knowledge about the size of companies that are working in Princeton, the types of equipment they use, how much they spend on gasoline, do they offer health insurance, do they provide protective equipment and which kind, and would they be interested in learning more about sustainable landscaping practices. And then once this project kicked off in earnest earlier this year, we held 2 focus groups via Zoom. The first one was with landscaping company owners, and that was conducted in Spanish. And the second one was with just crew. We learned from our community partners that it's important to have owners and crew to engage them in a safe space where separately so that you can get honest feedback from them. And then this spring, we had 3 in-person meetings that Mayor Freda mentioned just a few moments ago. The first meeting was entirely in Spanish with owners and crew. The second meeting was in English, Spanish, and American Sign Language with owners, crew. And this is where the elected officials, which was Mayor Mark Freda, Councilwoman Niedergang, Tammy Sands, the chair of the Environmental Commission, Karen Semble, the commissioner, were there in the audience to start the dialogue about what changes would they like to see. The last meeting, again, was in English and Spanish and American Sign Language, and with owners, crew, and elected officials in the PEC to come to some consensus that Tammy's going to elaborate on in a few moments. And looking ahead, the grant is going to help with us to provide a workshop from the American Green Zone Alliance. It will be held on August 24th, and this is an opportunity for landscape company owners and crew to learn about the new technology and try out the equipment and understand how to incorporate it into their practice. The municipalities, grounds maintenance crews from Public Works and Recreation will also take part, as well as the school grounds districts crew. So now I'm going to hand it over to Anna.
Anna, can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. So I thank you, Christine. Good evening, Mayor and Council, and everyone who's on this call interested in what's going on in Princeton. Thank you for having us. On behalf of ULA, I'd like to say that we have been working very earnestly and trying to get our mission and vision across. For those of you who don't know anything about Unidad Latina, we're a grass migrant justice organization that works to educate, empower, and organize our communities. And excuse the little children in the background. But we're here to advocate for our immigrant community. During the pandemic, we saw a lot of need for our community, and organizing is one of our missions. So we partnered up with Sustainable Princeton, and you'll hear a little bit more about our efforts together, but that's how we are. And if you're more interested in ULA, I'd like you to visit our Facebook page or our website. And I think that you'll be able to contact us if you are interested in also working with our efforts. Can I have the next slide? Thank you. One of our, some of our campaigns, and the health and safety of the workers is what we're doing with Sustainable Princeton, but there's others like wage theft campaign, Not One More Deportation, because we work with the sides of detention and ICE Free New Jersey, which is all about the deportations as well, and a relief for emergency relief fund that we did for the day laborers in our community. and domestic workers. So if we could have the next, yeah. So what we've been doing in Princeton, you might have seen or heard, we've done a lot of workshops for health and safety matters for the workers related to COVID. We're working on a huge excluded workers fund for the state. We also have partnered with PMA, Princeton Mutual Aid, who help out with the Spensa, which is the food distribution for many of our residents here in Princeton. We've gathered together in nearby parks to make sure that the community is aware and can connect with each other. And our workshops are going to be, they're related to like the vaccination, related to anything that has to do with work and workplace safety and rights. And thank you, if we could get to the next slide. And so we participated, as Christine had mentioned, in our focus groups and learning with some owners, Hispanic owners of the landscaping companies. We came out with some of our discussions that had to do a little bit with how they were concerned, how any type of ordinance would affect them. The cost of equipment was a big concern for them. The expectations of the homeowners, if they were able to meet their expectations now working with different types of equipment. The ordinance creating some classism and unfair treatment, that was a big concern. Being heard and included in the decision-making process, which we've made sure that we've tried to be as inclusive as possible. Concern about increase in prices based on homeowners' preferences, because we know that the equipment and other things are going to be necessary to purchase. They're not sure if perhaps the pricing of this will affect their types of hours or types of profits that they're making. And then we had the other focus group, which was for the crew members. Those we learned actually through some of our meetings together that we've had some workers that are actually like independent contractors, right? Which will work for residents because they started with them. So they just keep on returning season and season. But then we have others that work for the companies that we just talked about that might be Hispanic owned or not Hispanic owned. But they were worried about exposure to harmful substances because of the loud noise, the breathing and the chemicals, fear that the increases in their prices will result in the possibility of them losing their hours or their jobs, and some unfair treatment by the owners because it's not up to them basically to make some of these decisions. So we discussed that we wanted to make their voices heard, and how could we do this to have their voices heard? If we can continue, thank you. Yeah, so we have here some quotes that we took from our conversations, which you could read, and I will just briefly touch upon the main part. But I think that this one in particular, saying that they know that this is a profession for them, right? This is not just a job that they do. They want to have the homeowners also educate themselves on how they can help the planet, how this is something that's environmentally global for them as well, and they need to come together. So if we live and work here, this is our home, and this is very important because they don't think of themselves as outsiders. They think that they are part of Princeton, of the community. And then we have one more quote, which is also part of our discussion. And it basically, two more, sorry, but they basically are talking about how the salary that they're thinking of is taken into account for them because gardening is not easy, right? The salary, it's hard hours, hard labor, the exposure and the risk that they have to chemicals and other types of not unsafe practices are very important. So if they don't know some of the laws and the rules, it's not because they don't know how to follow them. It's more because of they haven't been told or they haven't been educated upon them. So they want to also value their lives. They want to be able to educate one another, educate the homeowners that they work for. And based on this, I just wanted to summarize. Do we have another slide from me, Christine? No, that was Tammy. Okay, but I just wanted to summarize how this partnership has really become a healthy partnership, as if that's a coincidence or not, but because in various ways our organizations have come together to work on environmental issues, which we wouldn't have come together for, but it's become a great model for Princeton and for other nearby cities, because we've been given voices to the workers, to owners of landscaping companies, residents that perhaps wouldn't have become so interested in this topic and now can further educate themselves, their neighbors. And I say that our collaboration with Sustainable Princeton and everyone who has collaborated is one that really embodies community work. And we hope to continue our efforts for the health and safety of our residents, our workers, and everyone. So I appreciate your attention, and we hope to continue the rest of the year project with great work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna, that was wonderful. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Tammy Sands, and I am the chair of the Princeton Environmental Commission, or PEC is how we like to refer to it as. I would like to acknowledge that although PEC Commissioner Karen Zembel is not here with us this evening, she significantly contributed to where we are today in the process of sustainable landscaping. So I just want to acknowledge her. Next slide. So as we heard from Quiet Princeton, Tony highlighted the historical timeline of 25 years ago, right? Such a long time ago when he says quarter a century. I think we can all agree that sustainable landscaping practices are long overdue. When the past ordinance efforts failed, the Princeton Environmental Commission recognized that sustainable landscaping practices were and continue to be imperative to our community and our environment. The commission formulated guidelines such as the Princeton's Guide to Fall Leaf Management. We have other resources that were created or that we reference, such as the Princeton Invasive Species Management and the Strike Team Do Not Plant list that have been posted on our webpage. But unfortunately, predominantly they remain without implementation. So what we're finding is that guidelines and resources simply are not effective enough. In December, a public outcry about the ill effects of gas leaf blowers were voiced at the most widely publicly attended PEC meeting to date. You can advance the slide, sorry. And then, as you heard from Christine at Sustainable Princeton, extensive outreach and education with the landscapers, the workers, business owners and operations of all sizes, as well as the outreach and the education for property owners has been coordinated and conducted and continues to be. And I'd like to just commend Sustainable Princeton for their efforts, as this project has completely augmented PEC's typical equitable stakeholder engagement process. At that third meeting that Christine mentioned, it was very significant in helping us build a consensus to recommend ordinance amendments that I will share with you this evening. And I specifically like to use the mayor's quote here because it's exactly what we are trying to do as a commission on the first step to a path to sustainable landscaping. And that is that we need to have a balanced ways to address noise pollution with the ways to make the process of landscaping healthier while also protecting jobs. Next slide, please. And then as you heard from Anna, that the landscapers do want their voices heard and they do care about their health and the health of the environment, right? So I wanted to share some of the key points and what shaped the amendments that we're suggesting. And that is that not only are landscapers concerned about their health and their health of the environment, this also includes exhaust as well as chemical exposure. And transitioning, they did express that transitioning to electric equipment will have a significant financial impact on them, and that educating property owners to change their demands is crucial because they feel like they're doing what is being asked of them, what's being asked from the customer. They felt that electric equipment for heavy leaf cleanup is not as effective, especially in the Northeast, as it may be. The technology may be for like an area like California. So that was also what they wanted to take into consideration. They also thought that other equipment should be restricted so that we weren't only targeting landscapers or the landscaping activity, but that we were actually looking at the equipment and regulating equipment. Another thing is that they felt that the registration process needed to be changed to ensure compliance and workers are being cared for. Next slide, please. They also mentioned that current ordinances need to be enforced. They felt that current ordinances aren't even being enforced. So we need to take that step first and foremost. And that rules should not only apply to them, but the rules should apply to the town as well as property owners. And they felt that the fines and penalties should be both for the company owner and the property owner. We also discussed about those funds, and they felt that having those funds collected should be dedicated to help the efforts for them to transition to sustainable landscaping practices and obtain expensive equipment. And then what I wanted to just say is that there is a responsibility for not only to hear, so we heard, like I said, the public outcry from the residents, also the landscapers, is that not only hear, but really care for our Princeton residents as well as the workers that are providing services within our community. Having said that, we looked into existing ordinances, and with the existing ordinances, there's opportunity for amendment. So to amend certain ordinances that already exist so that we can help landscapers and property owners in this transition. So the first one is under the section for landscaping registration, and it has two parts, two sections you can say. It's the application for registration, which currently doesn't have language in it that includes items that the landscapers have requested to ensure that that registration process and that it protects the health and the safety of the workers and that it prevents illegal operations. They specifically said undercutting, because if we don't have a level playing field, then they feel like they can't have that competitive edge. As well as section C4, which is offsite disposal and composting being encouraged. And it's felt that that current language is contradictory and it does not incorporate the green element of the municipality's master plan within it. Also, the leaf, branch, and log collection, that enforcement of the program doesn't also promote sustainable landscaping practices. So we wanted to take a look at that one to see how we could amend it. Next slide, please. And then for the loud, continuous, or excessive noise, I'll just refer to it as the noise ordinance, B12, specifically 2 sections, so blowers, fans, and engines. So the current language doesn't include noise reducing practices requested by the residents and deemed acceptable by landscapers, as well as other equipment. So what they were saying is that other equipment should also specifically be applied to, such as chainsaws, because they are also 2-stroke engines that are a lot of noise and air pollution. So next slide, sorry, Christine. So I specifically say enforcement and violations and penalties because that's what the ordinance says right now. So these are general provisions and they're specific to penalty, general penalties, you can say. So it's just common language in the ordinances. And with that, I just wanted to mention about really needing to provide the support and the resources for ordinance adherence, because that is going to be imperative to help bring people into compliance for any ordinance. So some of the issues that the landscapers voiced with regard to the current enforcement and violations and penalties is that they feel like that enforcement is non-existent today, and that they've stated that they want the current law and any future amendments to be enforced. The landscaper stated that a warning should be given for the first violation, and at this warning, education could also be being done, right? So with the warning to help educate, again, bringing them into compliance. They felt that property owners should receive the same or similar fines, and they suggested that the fines be tapered or increased with repeated violations. They also like the idea that the violation funds being put into that account that I just mentioned, like a fund for them, for those that want to actually transition and may be challenged in doing that transition. And they also said that it was fine for them for enforcement to come from health department, a code enforcement officer, or the police. They also said that it would be okay to report. So we were kind of tossing around some ideas of how you could report violations or help bring people into compliance. And that was maybe utilize what we already have, a platform we already have, the See, Click, Fix, or maybe it's, you know, something that says call who, or here's the number to call, and including videos and pictures. One thing that we did note with regard to that discussion and agreed to was that faces should not be included in those videos or photos, that it really should be the equipment that's being used, and then maybe the company information that's on a vehicle. And if that's not provided, then the license plate of a vehicle. So I wanted to just go into a little bit of, this slide isn't meant for anybody to read it. As far as read it in detail, I realize that it's small, and it's basically to kind of just share with you some of our recommendations. I'm going to pull them out and talk about them. And then I would like to say what this would mean to a landscaper and what it might mean to a property owner or a resident. So with regard to the application process, as I mentioned, one of the first and foremost things that they would like changed, and that is to make sure that the registration process differentiates, right, a sole proprietor from a owner, you could say, of a commercial or a small business, so that we know not maybe, you know, the sole proprietor isn't going to be mandated to have certain things that other bigger companies would be mandated to have. Also, that copies in English and Spanish would be provided, municipal pamphlets, with regard to native plantings and leaf management. Also that the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or the OSHA, summaries would be provided in both English and Spanish. That we would make sure that the ordinance amended in a way that OSHA regulations were followed, right? So that the workers are actually utilizing the protective equipment. And that's regardless of gas powered or electric for their safety. That also the landscapers should provide a copy of their workman's compensation and other applicable insurances and their business registration. We also discussed an acceptable amendment as including that it could be noted, right, when landscapers actually have additional certifications. So if a property owner is looking for something specific, you know, if somebody comes up with a certain certification, it's easier to then select. And that we would have prominently displayed registration on the windshield of the vehicle. So what does this mean for landscapers? What it means is that the registration process will be more comprehensive with the display of registration, proof of insurance, and the opportunity to highlight certifications. That the information provided would be in English and Spanish to support understanding of the native plantings, the leaf management, the health and safety requirements, and potentially to limit the toxic chemical exposure, right? So if you're aware of how you can be exposed and the safety equipment, of course, that can change. What would it mean for property owners or residents? Well, if landscaping services are required, registered landscapers should be utilized or hired. And you also have the potential to limit your toxic exposure, improve the functionality of your property, and enrich our soils, as we know that New Jersey is fast and furious losing our topsoil. Next slide, please. The leaf, branch, and log collection program. Again, this, I mentioned it, that PEC is really recommending that this be reevaluated and potentially decommissioned completely to support the transition to sustainable landscaping practices. And what that would mean is, for a landscaper, is that additional services in relation to more sustainable landscaping practices may be requested by customers. New rules and practices they would need to adjust to. And what it would mean for a property owner or a resident is that the leaf, branch, and log collection would need to be handled differently, right? So leaving it more on the property, or higher removal services if you have a smaller property. And the potential to reduce flood risks. So maybe some of you have been on the end of where leaves have been piled directly on a storm drain, and then you get flooding, right? Because the storm drains are completely blocked by leaf piles and other hazards, right? So the narrowing of the roads and how that's visually, you know, it could be deadly. Accidents happen that way. And then with regard to the general penalty that I discussed and all of the comments that the landscapers have, I just wanted to say that ensuring equity for landscapers doing business in Princeton really is, you know, first and foremost. We want them all to be treated equal, and they have the opportunity to help assist in bringing people into compliance. And with the property owners and residents, they would need to comply with the amended ordinances or the new rules. And they also have the opportunity to assist in bringing people into compliance. Next slide, please. So with the noise ordinance, some of the suggestions here and at PEC's recommendations, I will say, for amendments, is to specify the type of leaf blower or the type of equipment, right? Whether it's gas powered, electric, battery powered, and to look at adjusting operational times. So on Mondays through Fridays, shortening those times from 8 to 8, Right now it goes 8 to 10. Nobody's doing work in the dark, as the landscaper shared with us. So that's not an unreasonable ask or amendment. The other aspect is to limit hours on Saturdays, and to omit them on Sundays and federal holidays. We also talked about how and recommend the seasonal operational times, so that yes, gas powered leaf blowers for now can be utilized during certain months in the spring and certain months in the fall, right, for cleanups. And then with regard to the section, I want to specifically just point out that we have a section in our ordinance already that identifies chainsaws and addresses chainsaws, and to have those same rules kind of apply, right? So the same hours and days of restricting, because it is also another two-stroke engine that, the pollution, air, and noise creates the exact same. So getting some consistency, you could say, with the type of equipment. So what would this mean for the landscaper with regard to our recommendations about noise? Well, it could actually decrease exposure to noise and air pollution for them, right? It's one less town that they're going to be exposed to, and as well as the toxic chemicals. And it also means that they're going to have to take time to adjust their, to sustainable practices and revise schedules. And what it means for the property owner or the residents, as they also would have decreased exposure to noise, air pollution, and toxic chemicals. And they would need to adjust to sustainable practices and revise schedules as well. The next slide here, equipment operation times. This is purely to be used as an example in what could also be included in an ordinance. So as we know, legal language is very difficult to understand, even if English is your native language. And so what we would hope is that the language could be basically become a visual, something like this, that could make it so it's an easy, quick reference for landscapers doing business in Princeton. So what is PEC's recommended course of action? So what we're saying here tonight in the recommendations, these are amendments to existing ordinances, and it's only the first step. So this step is being sought out because it's the step that has the least financial impact on our landscapers. It's what we've heard from our residents and our landscaping community. So it's really the first balanced and equitable step that we can take, and that a more comprehensive ordinance that may specify other gas-powered equipment and other toxic sprays or trees that are based on age and health and the stormwater retention would be sought out in the next years coming. As well, this would help us to comply with the Princeton's Climate Action Plan, specifically the goal 6.5 that relates to reducing emissions from all public and private lawn maintenance equipment. On May 26th at PEC's meeting, we endorsed the proposed amendments to the existing ordinances. And on June 8th, the Board of Health at their meeting, Karen presented to them and they supported our endorsement as well. So tonight we're presenting to you, Mayor and Council, and we request for your support as well to move the municipality of Princeton toward sustainable landscaping practices for the health and well-being of all. That's our residents, our workers, our visitors, and our environment. And we're hoping that we can get an introduction and a public hearing in August or September so that we can move onward in creating an equitable, healthy, and sustainable community. I want to thank all the partners that helped, because all the partners that were behind the scenes have helped shape this presentation this evening. So I do want to thank them.
And I just want to add a quick note, because I forgot to say it earlier, that there will be a public meeting on July 14th at 7 p.m. for a further opportunity in addition to this meeting for the public to weigh in on these recommendations and suggestions.
Leticia.
Thank you all for this presentation. I've actually had the opportunity to see portions of this when you presented it to our boards, some of our boards, commissions, and committees. And I really appreciate all the work that went into this. And just a question, I've actually raised it when you presented it before. And I am looking forward as to what the, specifically what the recommendations are going to look like when it comes to enforcement, who's going to enforce, and also the registration. There's already our landscaping ordinance that already has language in there about registration, but we know that it's not meant. Many of our landscapers are not registered, or initially they did, but then those numbers dropped. But and I do I appreciate. I'm pleased to see that you're using the Civil Rights Commission's racial equity toolkit, and as you're developing these policy recommendations, but looking at it through the racial equity lens too, I'm interested in seeing how this is going to be applied to the larger institutions, such as the university, the school district, and I would say even the municipality. So it's just, I'm just looking forward to see how that policy is going, how that's going to be worked out, and what it's going to look like, who's going to be enforcing it. And also looking back, from the equity perspective for our landscapers mainly, but also for many of our residents, our homeowners who do their own landscaping, which even in my own neighborhood that I see on Sundays is the day when they do their landscaping. So I'm not sure how that's going to impact some of our residents who do their own landscaping, and that's the day traditionally that they have free to do that. So those are just my thoughts. I know that it's something that you're still working to develop and are going to be, from what I heard, soliciting more input from the community. But thank you.
Thank you, Leticia. Other council comments, questions? Okay, we have, I'm sorry, Eve, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to say one of the things we're looking for here is some guidance. I know a lot has been thrown at you tonight with a lot of different areas that we're looking at, but I'd be interested in, Leticia, I appreciate your comments. And those are areas that we're thinking about already. So any feedback on specific elements of the proposals, areas of concern, areas of enthusiasm would be helpful in guiding this group as it goes into the public meeting and then, works on developing criteria to send to our legal team for a potential ordinance.
Yeah, sure. All right, Michelle and Mia.
Echo Leticia's comments, and thank you very much for a very comprehensive presentation. It is a lot of information to digest. I just wanted to make the comment too, as in talking with neighbors and also with landscapers, I think your community process and the engagement there is really critical, because I really think that this is something where the residents, the property owners are going to have to really want to drive this change and know what their options are, whether they decide that they want it, solely to be raked and they will pay the extra, fees or mulching, and or if they want electric I think it's really important that they have that dialogue and that they have an understanding and education. So I think you're on the right track. I don't know if I have guidance, because you certainly have so much great information, and I just wholeheartedly support it. But I do think that this community process you're undertaking is really important. So thank you very much.
Mia?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Christine, for all your work in writing the original grant that funded this whole process. And thank you, Tammy, for steering the ship in through some occasionally precarious waters. And likewise, Eve, thank you for keeping things moving. I have to say, watching this presentation, it all seems so sort of easy and obvious and logical. And I imagine that people are just tuning into this issue and watching the presentation may not have any idea of the probably thousands of hours of work that have gone into trying to get the balance right. It's been just a really I think productive process for the municipality to learn to balance issues related to sustainability, to equity, to live up to our commitment to perform an equity audit for all new policies and procedures, to live up to a lot of promises and commitments about sustainability that we've been making for a really long time and not necessarily living up to. And just trying to balance some of the delicate areas where those concerns can end up competing against one another, and to try to find the right path forward. And I think you all have done a magnificent job. I'm really pretty blown away. And yes, Christine?
Just to make sure it's known that I didn't write the grant myself. It was a collaborative process that a lot of credit goes to my colleagues, our executive director, Molly Jones, my colleagues, Jenny Ludmer and Josh Proswag are part of the team of Sustainable Princeton. While I'm speaking tonight, it's been a team effort.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Molly and Josh and Jenny too. And one more thing I just want to say, to the point about the leaf and brush pickup not being consistent with sustainable landscape policies. Yes, ouch, we are aware of that. And in fact, we just discussed that at what used to be Public Works and is now called Infrastructure and Operations meeting last week. It is something that we've been struggling with for a long time. Both Eve and I, it was, top of the list of our priorities, I think, not this past January, but the year before. And COVID just somehow swept that out. It made it really difficult for us to proceed with that, but it is absolutely back on the front burner. And I hope you'll be seeing some progress on that coming to council in the near future. So anyway, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mia. I'll just toss some comments in real quick. I think we'll have to look at, and I know we're not trying to resolve all this stuff tonight, so just firing off some stuff, but we'll have to look at the hours people are allowed to do. I mean, the 8 a.m. to, some of the stuff right now goes to 10 p.m. That's kind of crazy. But in the start time is interesting in that in the hot weather in the summer, our own Public Works crew starts, I believe, at 7 a.m. The university grounds crews, I know they used to start at 7 a.m. in the hot weather. So I think we'll just have to make sure we balance it's also a health issue as to, do you want to be working in the heat of the afternoon? Anyway, detail to look at. The weekend band, there's different people that take different days off for different religious beliefs. There's people that work 5-6 days a week. And if you only have one weekend day that you're not working, that's probably the day that you're going to do yard work if you have a yard. I would also suggest that we be more lenient in the hours and days that you're allowed to use electric powered equipment versus gas powered equipment. That's a way to push people to using more electric equipment versus gas powered. And then, of course, our leaf and brush pickup program, the way it actually happens versus what we think we do, but what we actually do is we pretty much encourage people to pick up every leaf and put it in the street because we're going to show up and pick it up. So we're definitely working against the goal here. So as many of us have said, that program needs some serious review and probably adjustment. So anyway.
I'm glad, can I just mention, I'm glad that you brought up about the earlier time, because that's something that I even, researching the existing ordinances, construction starts at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
So being consistent with some times rather than everything being kind of segmented out, it would be fantastic.
Yeah, it's a good point. Thank you, Tim. David.
Yeah, I'm just going to chime in on that for a second, because I do think while it's good to be able to work in the cool, I think you're being helped in this instance where if there's a 2-season ban on the leaf blowers, you're not so worried about working in the heat for the kinds of work that would be done with the leaf blowers. And I guess this goes against the idea that we should have consistent rules for everything, that if construction can start at 7, landscaping can start at 7, but really, I think that things should be sorted out in terms of how disturbing they are to the community. And neither construction nor leaf blowers should be allowed to start at 7 a.m. Sure, you can start working at 7 a.m., but you can do stuff that's quiet until it gets a little later in the day. So that's just one thing that struck me as the conversation was going. I do think it's a great idea to ease into it and to have the 2-season ban to start out. I think it's great to build on some of our other existing ordinances. Like I had not heard the idea before about connecting with the chainsaws, but for sure, it's kind of crazy in a way for us to be banning chainsaws, which people use very infrequently, and allowing the leaf blowers, which people use all the time, and are just as noisy. So I really like the idea of building on what our existing ordinances are and sort of expanding them in ways that make sense. So.
Yeah, one point I'd like to just say to that was that landscapers were saying, if I didn't mention this during my presentation, it was like, don't punish us in a sense, right? As the worker, the landscaper worker, look at the types of equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a number of the public with their hands up, so if we could move to public comment and we could jump back to council and we get through that, if that's okay with everybody. Adam, could you bring in the first member of the public?
Yes, here is Eunice.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Council and Mayor Frida. Thank you so much for having this crucial discussion. My name is Eunice Wong. I live in the Community Park neighborhood, and I am a junior leader of Quiet Princeton. First, I want to say that I wholeheartedly support this recommendation for a seasonal ban on GLBs with a few important caveats, a lot of which you've already heard. First, as Tammy mentioned, there's a very strong public desire, a public outcry, great way to put it, for a year-long ban on gas leaf blowers. The petition I created in December of last year called for a year-long ban, and within just a couple of weeks, it gathered over 400 local Princeton signatories. And as Tammy mentioned, 43 people attended a PEC meeting that same December, which was an attendance record when a gas leaf blower ban was being discussed as a priority for this year. I also run the Next Door Quiet Princeton group, which is a local social media group focused on banning or strictly regulating gas leaf blowers. And it currently has 97 members, so it's pushing 100. And there are constantly people joining. We had someone join today. And people are finding the group on their own. I'm not, advertising it in any way. And the posts on the Next Door Quiet Princeton group clearly demonstrate a public desire for a year-long ban. Town Topics and Planet Princeton have had a lot of letters to the editor asking for a ban on GLBs. Back in the fall, there was at least one letter every week, sometimes several a week. And I believe Princeton council members and the PEC chair have also received a lot of emails asking for a ban. So As you have already heard, I just want to reiterate, this proposal is a fantastic first step, but it's important that it is a first step. The public would like to eliminate all the noise, pollution, and worker harm caused by the gas leaf blowers. The current proposal includes only what landscaping owners have said that they can live with right now. But as Christine mentioned, in August, there will be a workshop to train landscapers in how to use electric lawn equipment. And as they get to know the new equipment, which has come light years from even a few years ago, it's like comparing, an iPhone 12 with the kind of, brick-sized cell phones there used to be. So as they get to know the new equipment and its capabilities, coupled with growing education among residents that we don't need plastic landscaping, as Tony was talking about, to live a good life and have a good home, we can get this paradigm shift rolling, and landscapers and residents will realize that they can live without gas leaf blowers year round, just like they did before these machines were invented. So Quiet Princeton supports the PEC proposal as a first and really important step. But the next step after this phase 1 seasonal ban should be a year-round ban. And there are many, many Princeton residents who feel this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Eunice. Just a reminder, I see a lot of hands are up. There is a 3-minute limit for each person. I try to be as courteous as I can, but when we get a lot of people that want to talk, I have to be a little more strict with that. So just warning everybody ahead of time. Adam, could you bring in the next person, please?
Yes, we have Phyllis coming in next.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. Hello, Mayor. Phyllis Teitelbaum. I live on Hawthorne Avenue, and I am one of the co-founders of Quiet Princeton. I have 2 comments. The first is, if Princeton decides to ban gas leaf blowers in the summer and the winter, which is what PEC is recommending, we will be in very good company. Over 50 towns and cities in the US have bans, some of them year-round, most of them seasonal, like what PEC is recommending. In California, 19 towns have it. Palo Alto is one, and Berkeley is another. In Colorado, 3 have bans. In Illinois, 7 have bans. On the East Coast, the numbers have been increasing. In New York State, there are 16 towns that have bans, including Scarsdale, White Plains, and Yonkers. 4 East Coast towns have just recently passed year-round bans. Washington, D.C., a big city, Burlington, Vermont, Larchmont, New York, and Chevy Chase, Maryland. And of course, in our own state of New Jersey, there are 3 towns that have bans: Montclair, Maplewood, and Summit. My second comment has to do with compliance and enforcement. Both Tony and Sandy mentioned enforcement as being very important. But first, we should try for voluntary compliance, and Montclair has found a good way to do that. The Montclair Council sent out letters to every single landscaper registered in Montclair explaining the new ordinance and the requirements. They took out ads in the local paper to explain the ordinance, and they sent an email to every single resident of Montclair explaining the new ordinance. We could do something like that here in Princeton. Voluntary compliance is certainly the most important. But then there is enforcement, and I think Tammy's suggestion of using Access Princeton and See-Click Fix is really excellent. If we could do that, Maplewood has done this, getting residents to take videos or photographs of illegal leaf blowing that's going on with the truck and the name of the company or the license plate. That could be evidence, as it is in Maplewood, without any court appearance, and the fine could be sent out immediately based on that evidence. The fines also do need to be quite high, as Tammy mentioned. Maplewood found that a $100 fine did nothing. In fact, some homeowners paid the $100 for their landscapers so their landscapers could continue to violate the law. In Maplewood, they've changed it to $500, $1,000, and $1,500 for first, second, and third offense. And that's the kind of thing that we will need, I think, to make the enforcement work. But if we can get voluntary compliance and good enforcement, we can make this thing work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phyllis. Adam, who's next?
Okay, we have Erlene.
Thank you. Earlene, can you unmute yourself? Adam, can we unmute her?
I can't do it manually. I can only ask her to unmute.
Okay.
But we could come back to her.
Yeah, okay. Let's go to the next person and we'll come back. Thank you.
Okay. We'll try Jamie.
Good evening, Mayor Freda and council members. My name is Jamie Banks. I'm here tonight representing Quiet Communities and the American Green Zone Alliance, or AGZA. We began working with Quiet Princeton back in 2016. As a result of that work, we're today working with Sustainable Princeton to help transition land care to more sustainable practices. Quiet Communities is a national, Quiet Communities is a national nonprofit organization. With our collaborator AGZA, we work nationwide to help communities transition land care away from fossil fuel powered landscape equipment. We know it can be done. We're seeing it happen with a growing number of municipalities, schools, businesses, and neighborhoods. It's a triple win for people, profits, and planet. But changing an industry that has relied heavily on fossil fuel powered equipment for so long isn't easy. It takes a multifaceted and systematic approach. For those reasons, we support the approach that Sustainable Princeton and others have taken in making prudent and responsible change in landscape maintenance practices. We especially appreciate the attention being paid to health and environmental justice issues involved with gas-powered land care, and the goal expressed by Mayor Freda's statement about striking a balance to make the process of landscaping healthier while also protecting the jobs industry. It's about engaging all stakeholders, and it's so impressive what you all have done. It's about education, training, the right incentives for workers, but also residents and municipal officials, and finding the win for everyone. The proposed ordinance amendments are a good first step, as others have mentioned. Regulation has been enacted by more than 200 cities and towns, 4 counties, and 1 state in the US. These vary considerably, as Phyllis alluded to, but as she also said, on the East Coast, we're seeing momentum for phase outs of gas leaf blowers. These are year-round phase outs and moving to electric and manual tools. The Princeton ordinance is one that opens the door to a progressive transition to clean, quiet land care practices that will result in even greater benefits for people, profits, and planet. So thank you very much for letting me comment, and it's been a pleasure to work with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, should we try Arlene again?
Yes, here we go.
Arlene?
Okay, Arlene.
Okay, let's jump to the next person now.
All right, we've got John.
Okay.
Hi.
Hey, John.
Good. You can hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm John Heilner. I'm on the subcommittee that Christine is coordinating. I'm representing the Human Services Commission. And I'd first like to thank Tony and Christine and Tammy for giving their presentation. very complete, but there are a couple of things that I would just like to interject. Number one, this whole thing is has to be a very careful balancing act. I think as Christine mentioned, one of our objectives going in as a subcommittee was to really ensure that the interests of all parties are recognized. And this includes especially the landscaping workers and also the owners of the landscaping companies, many of whom are small, mostly Latino folks who have maybe anywhere from 3 to 6 or 7 workers. And we've had a series of meetings. These were touched on, I think, in Christine's presentation. But the first one was a focus group where Mayor Frida and Eve Niedergang were not present. And at that focus group meeting, we had about 8 or 9 Latino landscapers. It was held in Spanish with great interpretation by Charo Huega. And I have to tell you, the landscaping company owners are very, very worried about regulations. So they're not opposed to them, as Tammy mentioned, but their livelihoods depend on this. We're not talking about big commercial operators here. I should also mention that the example that Tammy gave of a possible ordinance, especially the months where gas-powered leaf blowers would be banned, that's just an example. Christine Symington has said that she would send out a survey to all the landscaper owners for whom we have contact. I think we're probably up to about 30 or so. And we'll ask them a couple of very simple questions about the months where they could really operate reasonably without using gas-powered leaf blowers. I'm not going to try to guess what that is, but I think the months that Tammy gave in her example are the fewest months. You know, they may come back and say, you know, that's all right, but we need another month here, or we need another half month there. And this is really critical to them because they are not only concerned about their capital cost of converting to electric equipment, even if it's just leaf blowers, but also the operating costs, or which can be translated into, got my business hat on here. It really translates into the number of houses or properties per day that they can cover. So, for example, one of the landscapers who I talk with quite a bit, you know, when he's really out doing his thing in the peak seasons, he's doing 20 to 30 houses a day. And this really starts, in his case, in mid-March, because people are wanting their places cleaned up. So if he can do 20 or 30 a day, but then he can't use stronger leaf blowers for maybe that last half of March or the first half of October, you know, then he's gonna maybe only do 8 or 9 per day. And what does that mean? It's gonna mean a price increase to all the homeowners in Princeton.
Hey,
So
John, I just need you to.
Yeah, I'll wrap up.
Sorry.
So it's great that a bunch of people have come out and said they want a quieter environment. I do too. But I think folks are not aware that their prices may go up. And again, I would just say that this is a very, very delicate balancing act among some residents who want quieter environment, some who probably don't care, and the small landscape owners who have to make a living. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Adam, let's jump to Charles and work our way down from there.
Okay. Here he is.
Yep, thank you. You're ahead of me.
Hi, this is Charles Carney. I live on Prospect Avenue in Princeton. So I have a few points. I'd like to, first of all, just emphasize Tony Lunn's main point, which is that the noise from leaf blowers is the overriding nuisance for many, many residents. And for that reason, I think priority should be given to providing a rapid fix for that. I've got to say, I'm not quite sure about the coupling with the regulation of chainsaws. From my perspective, chainsaws are a really minor problem. Someone might be taking down a tree once in a while. It doesn't bother me. Leaf blowers go on for hours at a time, weeks on end. And so I sort of think that it's kind of misguided to couple chainsaws into this issue. I've also seen tree surgeons working in trees, and I don't think they should be using anything heavier than they are currently to cut down trees when swinging from branches. So if a two-stroke engine works for them for now, that's fine by me. And lastly, on the point about landscapers not being able to service as many homes as they can with electric leaf blowers. Well, first of all, I'm not really sure that's true. We have an electric leaf blower. It's pretty good. I would think a slightly heavier one that you carry on a backpack would be even better. And I also think homeowners should be satisfied with not every leaf swept up. So maybe if the landscapers spend the same amount of time, maybe with less powerful equipment, and maybe leaving a few more leaves around, maybe everyone's happy. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Should we switch to Richard here?
Yeah, let's go to Richard Grayson and we'll come back to our
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thanks for your time. I appreciate you letting me speak here for a couple minutes. And thanks to Sustainable Princeton, Princeton Environmental Commission, Town Council, Mayor Frieda for the time you have all put in and taking away from your busy schedules to address this important issue. My name is Richard McCoy. I'm the owner of Richard McCoy Horticultural Services. I've been in the green industry for approximately 30 years, established our company in 1995. And we transitioned to all organic, ecological, and green infrastructure in 2005. And currently, we're utilizing battery-powered equipment and transitioning away from gas-powered. You've heard AGSA mentioned over the course of the evening, and we are New Jersey's first AGSA-certified pro company. And we are also on Tony's Quiet Princeton website. So I appreciate the work of Tony and Quiet Princeton as well. Throughout the country, as you all know, New Jersey, many bans have been put up again on municipalities and landscape contractors, and these municipalities have taken it upon themselves to dictate how the landscape industry dictates how they go about their business. So I applaud the efforts and the team of Sustainable Princeton to bring the landscaping industry into the conversation to seek a collaborative resolution to decrease the use of gas-powered equipment, and specifically gas backpack blowers, which seem to be the topic at this point. Just for context of a couple of points I'm going to make in just a second, I just want to give you a couple more accreditations and information about me, so you have some context of my opinions coming up shortly. So our company's been, and please don't take this as a commercial advertisement. I don't know how many of you know me, so I just want to make sure that you're aware of my credentials going forward. So we're recognized by the Smithsonian Institute's Archives of American Gardens. I personally am an advisor to the Organic Landscape Association, which is a national association. I'm a member of the Ecological Landscape Alliance Speakers Bureau, a member of the Rutgers University Organic Land Care Working Group. I hold a certificate of organic land care through their 4-day program. I'm a co-author of the Rutgers Organic Land Care Best Management Practices Manual, an organic land care accredited professional through NOFA and their accreditation. We are a member of the Association of the New Jersey Environmental Commissions and registered with the New Jersey Sustainable Business Registry. So to my point here moving forward, I know Christine and the team at Sustainable Princeton put a lot of effort trying to get contractors to participate in these meetings and to appeal to landscape contractors to take part in this discussion. And to me, it was very disappointing to see the lack of interest that actually came from the landscape community, and to be able to have their input heard for these the possible laws or ordinances that are going to be put forth in Princeton. And with that, if there's any contractors on the call right now, I'd like to address them specifically. To the best of my knowledge, there were 30 contractors who were contacted directly multiple times by Sustainable Princeton to have a dialogue. To the best of my recollection, there were 6 in attendance for the 3 meetings that were mentioned previously, and none of those were there consecutively. So if they're on the call, this sort of goes to them.
Hey, Richard,
Yes,
you're about to run out of time, so I just need you to
I'll
focus
just
on-
wrap up in just a sec. Yes, sir. So moving forward, I don't think they have much of a voice as far as their opinions because they had their time to make their voice heard. And I do believe that anybody that was not there was advocated for fairly. Just a note about the upfront costs also. We are a small company, 5 to 7 employees, and it is definitely a burden to try to transition. However, companies that do transition to this type of landscaping find themselves to be more profitable and more efficiently run because you're able to trim the fat and realize that, you have to run a more efficient company. And then lastly, I mean, education is going to be key to this moving forward too. So, the work with AGSA, Rutgers and NOFA organic programs would be crucial to the education of contractors and homeowners as well. So, I appreciate all the work that Princeton Community's done and your hard work on this. I think the Changing the Landscape project is a very good first step, as others mentioned this evening. Thanks for hearing me. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Richard.
Okay, bringing in Grace.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, did you say Grace?
Hey, Grace, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Grace Sinden. Thanks to all who have done enormous work on this issue. To me, it is deja vu all over again, 25 years ago. I urge that we move forward on the recommendations of the Princeton Environmental Commission. They are excellent. They are a compromise for those who think that gasoline leaf blowers in particular should be banned outright. As Tammy said, the guidelines are not sufficient. We need the strength of an ordinance. I served for many years on the Princeton Board of Health and the Princeton Environmental Commission. On the Board of Health, we banned smoking in public places 25 years ago, the same time I was working on the leaf blower issue. Enforcement was raised as an issue, a concern. It did not become so because as people were informed of the law and penalties for non-compliance, they did comply. So it was not the big worry that was raised before the ordinance was passed. We now accept non-smoking in public places as the normal thing, and that would soon happen when we ban gasoline leaf blowers ultimately. Princeton's ordinance on this issue to manage public health for workers and for residents and environmental damage could be a model for other towns. So it would not only benefit us here, but we have been a model on other things, and we could be a model on this. So I thank you all very much, and let's move forward.
Thank you, Grace. Adam, if we just try Arlene one more time real quick.
Yes, no problem.
Arlene? Okay. I think the fourth time is not a charm. So Christine, do you have a comment there?
Yeah, I just want to respond to some of the comments that from the public that came up and reassure everyone that the engagement with the landscapers is not over. We want to broaden and deepen that engagement. While we wish there had been more that came to the in-person events or the focus groups, we will not stop trying to build those relationships with the landscaping community. We recognize that that time of year was a very busy time of year. We recognize that there are language barriers, there are trust barriers that we need to overcome. But that, you know, what the feedback that was received from those sessions felt enough to move forward with some proposals for the Environmental Commission. But I want to make it very clear that we have no intention of stopping building the relationships with the members of our community who are marginalized on this topic. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Christine. Eve.
Why don't you let Tony go first, because I have the comment from the member of the public that was emailed in, and then I want to make my own comment, but let Tony go first.
Sure thing. Tony, go ahead.
I just want to say that this is a fine example of how Princeton does things, and that to our knowledge, Princeton is the only town or city in the country that is doing as thorough a job in working with the landscape community to make this work. And we should be very proud of ourselves, and we indeed can be, as Grace suggested, a model for others.
Thank you, Tony. Go ahead, Eve.
Thanks. So I want to read a comment that came in from Alan Frey, Dempsey Avenue, who wrote, I reach out to register my support of efforts on part of those township citizens and organizations like Quiet Princeton, supported by the Princeton Environmental Commission, who seek to address the health concerns wrought by the pervasive use of two-cycle gas-powered landscaping tools. In the past few years, successful municipal ordinances have been enacted across dozens of American cities that resulted in dramatically improved air quality and health of landscape workers, and have also reduced noise pollution created by these devices. So it is a reasonable expectation that we can join this worthy legislative movement. The transition to non-polluting leaf and weed removal electric-powered substitutes by residents and landscaping professionals can be phased in, therein reducing any economic burden of such an ordinance. Citizen calls for such regulations are more than a quality of life issue and are justified primarily because of the negative environmental impact of the two-cycle gas engines, which scientific data on volatile organic compound emissions have shown contribute air pollution in cities and pose a demonstrable negative health concern. The argument that noise pollution is indeed a public health concern, even if not yet a crisis, has ample supporting scientific and public health data. I encourage enactment of an ordinance restricting use of two-cycle gas-powered engines. So that was public comment, and I just want to add a couple of quick comments on my own. First, as I think Eunice used the term paradigm shift, and that is really what we want to be doing. And we've already started the primarily Sustainable Princeton, but as part of this whole effort to reach out and try to encourage residents to think of their properties as small ecosystems that can be cared for in ways that promote the health of the environment. For example, when one does spring cleanup and goes in with a leaf blower and removes all the leaves and the other material that's accumulated there over the winter, that's also really destruction of critical habitat for beneficial insects and birds and other types of creatures, as well as really supportive of plants. So we have come into the habit of regarding leaves as a nuisance and something that needs to be removed, rather than something that is actually a valuable resource that we should be conserving and keeping on our lawns for the most part. And this is something that is really a radical a different way of looking at how one takes care of one's property. And that is something that's going to be an ongoing effort, is to connect with residents and get them to, as Tony used the term, plastic landscaping. And I think one of the other residents spoke to this as well, that you don't have to, even if you do use a leaf blower of some kind, you don't have to remove every
leaf, and leaves can be beneficially mowed into your lawn, shredded. And again, they provide a resource. So it's on us, all of us, and for those, and I urge all the Quiet Princeton folks who are on the call, on you as well, to educate your neighbors. This is going to be a critical part of making this endeavor a success. Is we all need to change the way we think about our lawns, leaves, and really do things in a different way. And that's why I think Eunice's term of a paradigm shift is really accurate. I just want to also briefly, I can occasionally do briefly, address the issue of funding. Phyllis and a couple of other people from a statewide group, and myself as well, Christine Symington, Mayor Frida, have been reaching out to various state organizations, the Board of Public Utilities. We met with Assemblyman Zwicker and a member of his staff, and we'll be reaching out to other environmental organizations and to the DEP to try to find funding for this transition, because I think Quiet Princeton has some information that says for the average small company, this could be a $6,000 to $7,000 transition. Now, it's true that 5 years out, people will save money by having only electric leaf blowers instead of gas leaf blowers, but it's still a large amount of money to put in. So I think that's something, again, where we really have to partner with our landscapers, look for sources of funding for that. Maybe there'll be a private fundraising campaign. I know some residents have indicated a desire to contribute to that. And hopefully through the use of some state money, some local money, private money, we can also support landscapers as they go through this transition so that they're not, out there on their own. So that was what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tony, one last shot, and then we're going to try to wrap this up.
Very quick follow-up to Eve. Actually, I don't know where you got that $6,000 figure from. It didn't come from Quiet Princeton. Actually, the dollar figure will vary hugely depending upon the landscaper. We have a very small landscaper in our house. He spent a few $100s converting leaf blower and weed whacker and other things, and he's even bought an electric mower. But his total outlay is less than $1,000. But if you have a very large properties and large commercial equipment, you will certainly need more. So don't use a particular number.
This was the Capers team data. I mean, Christine could speak to that for the average company that had, Christine, I'll let you take that.
Sure. If you look at the commercial type of leaf blower, this was just looking at leaf blowers for the most powerful leaf blower, and you include the amount of batteries and the charger that you need for sort of a one-to-one replacement, it's around $6,000, $7,000 for that. That does not include cost of ownership. If you take into account the life of the equipment and how much you're saving on fuel versus electricity, but that is a rough estimate of a initial outlay. If you're using smaller type of equipment that's more suited to residential applications where you don't need to do property after property after property to get through your day, the cost would be less, like Tony's talking about. So it can really range based on their type of business. But there is some upfront capital cost to switch from one to the other.
Okay, seeing that it is almost 10:30 in the evening and we still have more on the agenda, are there, Eve, since you've kind of been in the lead on this, what do you suggest to any of us that want to go over some things in more detail, offer detailed suggestions or whatever? Do we go to you? Do we go to Christine? Do we go to Tammy? Who do we go to?
Yeah, I think that you could maybe, since PEC, if you have comments on specifically related to the ordinance, I think that could go to Tammy, Christine, and myself, and we can get that to the rest of the group. If you have comments of a more general nature that are not specifically ordinance related, that could, again, go to Christine and myself, and we can get that to the entire group. I invite those of you who are interested in the audience to join us on July 14th. That meeting will be noticed. We'll have speakers there and speaking about also in more detail some of the health aspects of some of the equipment. And it'll be an opportunity for members of the public who hopefully are maybe just encountering this idea for the first time to talk about some of the issues they want addressed in their concerns. And I know there's a lot of information in the packet, and so just encourage all of you, both council and others, to read it over and to ask for clarifications and relay any concerns or comments to me, Christine, Tammy. Thank you,
very
Mark.
much. Yep, thank you. Mia.
Yeah, very quickly, I was remiss in the beginning. I wanted to also thank Phyllis and Tony and Eunice. It's a great example of two community members who've worked very hard for many years. I remember Phyllis and Tony coming to PEC quite a few years ago when this seemed impossible. And I know when Grace obviously brought it to the town many years ago, it was even more impossible. So I think it's so exciting that we're moving forward. I know it's not clear exactly where we're going to land, but we are definitely moving forward. And thank you, Phyllis and Tony and Eunice as well for sticking at it. So.
Okay, any other council comment? If not, we could move on. All right, thank you to everybody that had joined.
It's late in the evening.
I'm sorry, Dwayne, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. I was just going to say it's late in the evening, so I'm not going to add anything more than what all my colleagues have already said. I'm very impressed by the amount of work that went into this, and I would like to point out I'm especially happy that the racial equity impact assessment toolkit was used. So I'm fully in support of our transition away from the gas-powered equipment to electric equipment. Thank you. Or battery-operated, I should say, equipment.
Thanks, Dwayne.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks to everybody that joined for this specific discussion. Thanks for all your time and effort. Have a great evening. Stick around if you want, but don't feel compelled to stay. So we are going to move on. And
Mayor, we do have one hand up from the public. If you wanted to let Richard speak.
No, but although I made an exception earlier in the meeting, we pretty much limit people to one shot at a comment.
Understood, no problem.
Yep, thank you though. Okay, moving on. Next item on the agenda is public comments for items not on the agenda. So if you're a member of the public and you want to speak about something that's not on the agenda, this would be the time to raise your hand. Okay, so I see we have a hand up.
Okay, we're bringing over Louisa.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Louisa Clayton. I live at 93 Mount Lucas Road. And I thought that the fueling station was going to be on the agenda tonight. So I just wanted to make a comment to say that it's been a long time since we've heard anything. And I know that the pandemic got in the way, but we do still have a cinder block wall, exposed raw cinder block wall around the fueling tank. We also have, we've lost the fence actually which was only a temporary fence between the sidewalk and the pit, which was to become a rain garden, which is now just weeds and unmown grass. So I would just like to have an update on where we are with this, where we are with putting brick or stucco on the wall, installing the plantings, the trees. There was an extensive landscape plan associated with this, and it's been a long time since we've seen anything. So just wondering where we are with that.
Yep, I'll give you a quick update. We had said at the beginning of the meeting, because that item was on the agenda under resolutions, but we pulled that resolution. There were concerns about the scope of work and the cost for the scope of work. So the engineering department is actually reaching out to 3 other contractors to try to get the scope of work to be exactly what it needs to be and to get a cost that's more reasonable. But the wall would be extended in height. It would be surrounded with brick. The all the trees that were required in the approval process for the overall project were planted. The rain garden has been planted with grasses as approved twice, and I imagine it'll get damaged again when the wall work is done, and that'll probably have to be redone again. So it is, although it is slow, and I appreciate this as much as you do, and I am as frustrated as you are, but I will say that it does have our attention, and we are trying to get this wrapped up in the very near future.
Okay, and just one more, I just have one more comment. There's a lot of kids who are not anymore now because school's over, biking down the hill of Mount Lucas to Community Park, and now they're biking down the hill to the pool. And it's still very tenuous. The stop sign coming down Mount Lucas. People still don't really know exactly what to do at that intersection. And my 11-year-old son has had a couple of real scares with people whipping around, not stopping. He's trying to go straight, and he's only 11, so he's not very big, but it's still a pretty scary spot. So I have mentioned this to the police officers who've been sort of around, but I do think that this is still something that we need to keep watching, and we certainly need to keep improving.
So noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other members of the public that wish to comment on something that's not on the agenda?
Here we have Bruce.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Bruce.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Yeah, just very quickly, this was mentioned earlier in an inappropriate time by, I think it was Marco. On this ordinance that you're going to be talking about very shortly, I think it's under purpose, the acquisition of parking enforcement hardware and software, including all related costs and expenditures and incidental thereto. Does that in any way have to do with what we've been talking about, the ALPR automated license plate reader technology, or is it something else entirely that we just don't?
So when we get to that introduction,
okay.
Although I'm glad you asked, because let me just make it clear now, you're saving me.
Because it's a little obscure to us, and so we're not sure.
Yep. So give me
okay, go ahead.
Give me a shot here. When we get to that introduction, there is not public comment on the introduction, and there's not council discussion on the merits of the ordinance, but there can be council discussion to clarify and provide information. And there will be a little clarification given when we get to that one as to exactly what that software is. And there's a couple.
The concern being that if it is indeed about that, then that's something that we, the public, were assured at the last meeting that dealt with this would be part of, what you wouldn't be decided upon or have something like this right away. It seems to have been, if it is indeed this, then it seems to be being snuck in and kind of disingenuously. And that's our concern. And I say us, I mean myself and others that have actually, I was just apprised of this situation a day or so ago.
So Bruce, we're gonna actually talk about that.
Okay. I'll just also say everything that you guys were talking, Tony and Phyllis and Christine, and I totally on board with all of that. I've been following that kind of regime for years. I've got an electric mower a couple of years ago. I've been mulching my lawn for probably about 20 years. So, I think that's I want to give you a positive thing. That's all great. I'm on board totally with everything that you guys are talking about with all that. So, okay, I'll let you go. Thank you.
No, Bruce, thank you. All right, any other members of the public for an item not on the agenda? All right.
No hands, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Adam. All right, seeing none, we're going to go to ordinance introduction. And what I just said about we're not discussing the pros and cons of any ordinance. There's not public discussion on any ordinance. There's just clarification and information, and we're all going to keep it short. And having said all that, Eve, do you want to take the first one?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to read this. Ordinance 2021-16, an ordinance by the municipality of Princeton, amending Princeton's land use regulations to expressly define electric vehicle service equipment as a permitted accessory structure in all zoning districts. So I'd like to first introduce and then make a quick comment after hopefully a second.
Okay, is there a second on the introduction? Thank you, David. David beat you, Dwayne, just by about 2 seconds. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Eve, do you want to?
Excellent. So this is something that the Environmental Commission has been working on for quite some time. And although I don't think she's here tonight, PEC member Ann Soch has really put in a tremendous amount of time. And I also want to thank Zenentech Charney, also from PEC, and also PEC Chair Tammy Sands, who all have worked very hard on this. And thank you also to staff members Jim Purcell, Michael Laplace, and Derek Bridger for providing many hours of consultation and invaluable assistance on getting this first piece of an ordinance regarding electric vehicle chargers to this point. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Eve. Okay. If we're good, that's a roll call vote on all the introductions. So Dawn, if we could do a roll call vote on this.
Ms. Perron-Lambros?
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Fraga?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Sachs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you all. The next one, ordinance 2021-17, bond ordinance reappropriating $254,038.50 proceeds of obligations not needed for their original purpose in order to provide for improvements, renovations, and/or acquisition of various equipment and vehicles for Mary Moss Park in and by Princeton in the county of Mercer, New Jersey. Public hearing, July 12th, 2021. Dwayne.
I'd like to move it.
Thank you very much. There's this, Michelle's got the second. Any clarification needed on anyone? Okay. For those of you following the agenda at home electronically, this is on page 93. Anyway, okay. Let's have a roll call vote on this one.
Ms. Perron-Lambros?
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Fraga?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Sachs?
Yes.
Thank you. David, I know you have a comment on the next one. Do you want to read this one and then make your comment? Or I can read it.
Read it, Mark. I don't have the text right in front of me.
Yep, no problem. Sorry. Ordinance 2021-18, bond ordinance providing for various improvements to the parking utility in and by Princeton in the county of Mercer, New Jersey, appropriating $800,000 bonds or notes of Princeton to finance the costs thereof. Public hearing, July 12th, 2021. So someone,
David.
David
Yeah, I'll
moves
move
it. Thank you. Is there a second? Michelle has the second.
Second. I have a comment.
All right, well, David,
Well, I
told us a while ago.
I'd
we
like
had
to
a
go
comment.
first.
Go ahead.
And basically, I just wanted to explain to members of the public, we heard from Bruce Lawton before and heard from a couple of people by email before the meeting. And I wanted to clarify, there is a reference in this bond ordinance to the parking hardware and software, which is related to the license plate recognition that has been proposed in connection with the permanent parking revisions that the task force has been working on. But I want to emphasize that this ordinance is only authorizing council to finance such equipment should we choose to order it. This ordinance does not authorize the purchase of the equipment, and it really just preserves our option to move forward with that in the future should the public dialogue about the permit parking come to completion where there's a decision to purchase the equipment. There will be another resolution required at that time to actually enter into an agreement to purchase the equipment. And so I just want to make the point that we need to pass this in order to not take action on the permit parking program at this time. Because if we don't put in place the ability to finance the equipment, we're by default saying that we're not going to go ahead with with that part of the permit parking program. So this is basically just preserving our options. It is not making a decision in any way.
Okay, so
I have a
again,
question.
let's not, I'm sorry, Michelle was next to me and then I'll get to you, sorry. But let's just, again, let's not get into the pros and cons of the, go ahead, Michelle.
I was going to say the same thing that David said. And
Okay, Mia, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just would like to ask Sandy if she could verify that that's true, because I know that from year to year, there are many things that come up and they're not always in the capital budget in advance. So I'd like you to, is that, you know, I know that you look through the different task forces and you saw that this was, might be, you know, my understanding of the budget meeting was that you thought this might be needed and you decided to add it, but I know that there are other task forces with potential expenditures that are not in this budget. So can you clarify that if this is not in this capital budget for next year, there is no way that the town can generate 100, if the council decide that they wanted to move forward with the permit parking task force, you would have to say, I'm sorry, you can't have access to $170,000. Is that accurate?
Could I just, before Sandy, I'm sorry, don't mean to be rude and interrupt, but we're not passing a capital budget. This is a specific ordinance for specific items.
I mean, yeah.
Right? No, there's a big difference because there can be a whole list of things in the capital budget that we're not passing ordinance for yet.
Right.
And to your point and to the point that a number of the public have raised today, thank you, Sandy. Thank you to Lisa Maddox. Our bond counsel has created two versions of this bond ordinance. One is as what is listed in the agenda package. And there's a second version that if we choose, we could also insert instead, and that takes out this section B with the $170,000 for this software. So I'm just making council aware that there's
But Mark,
two options.
I just would like to have an answer to my question because
Okay. The answer is we can
need to be, the only reason there would need to be a second one is that would be contingent upon Sandy's answer. And I would very much like to have an answer from her.
I was going there and sorry that I took so long to get there.
That's okay.
Thank you. Sandy, please.
Okay, well, now I kind of forget what the question was, but I think I can answer your question. So David is right. I mean, this is an ordinance that's going to actually authorize the funding for the project. So as the mayor was heading down the path, the capital budget plan that we had that was attached to our actual budget document was the whole wish list of everything. We take those wish lists. Bernie and I met with each of the departments and we came up with now these, I believe there's 5 ordinances that you have here now. So this does not authorize the expenditure, it authorizes the funding, not the expenditure for the project.
But we could, if we did not do this tonight, we could always do another ordinance in the future to put the funding in place.
Right.
Yes.
So then why are we, but then you're not agreeing with David, because David is basically saying that tonight, that if we don't pass this tonight, then we might as well end the whole permit parking task force because we cannot, there is not another opportunity to authorize those funds.
No, as we went through the list of capital projects, I think Bernie and I may have both mentioned that, you know, it's not, we try to do these all at one time so that we're not doing them piecemeal throughout the course of the year. If this project were to be removed from this ordinance, we could bring it back in a month. We could bring it back, you know, as long as the introduction and the public hearing and adoption of the ordinance are done within the same calendar year.
So then you are not agreeing with David.
No, I'm agreeing with the fact that it is for a project that is authorizing the funding. I'm not saying, and David didn't say that this is committing the funds right now. We could introduce this ordinance as it is, and then in a month say we're not going anywhere with this project and cancel this portion of the ordinance.
This is what the question is. The question is, if the 170,000 is not included in this ordinance, can it not forever and ever, at least for the next year or the next 2 years, ever be brought back on the table?
No, it absolutely can be brought back on the table.
Okay, so then you're not agreeing with David.
Well, it's
Okay,
kind
so
of.
we should, I'm sorry, we do not need to put staff in that position. Whether Sandy's comments are to part of what David said, not to everything he said. So anyway, there is an option out there, but it's up to council to decide what you want to do.
But I don't think that, Mark, I don't think council understands what is being discussed here. So maybe you can clarify it, because there's.
Okay, let me just say it real succinctly one more time. Sorry about that. So we have a bond ordinance in front of us that basically has 3 purposes outlined, A, B, and C. B happens to be the software related to the permit parking, the potential permit parking solution that's being discussed by that task force. It's $170,000. As David said, if we pass it, the bond ordinance with it in there, we're not obligated to spend the $170,000. However, if people want to feel really assured about this, there's 2 versions of this bond ordinance that have now been created. One has section B in it and the other has section B removed. So that would make it real clear that tonight we're not authorizing funding to be in place for this software as of this time. So it's up to the council to decide which version of the ordinance you'd like to introduce. So sorry, let me try to get everybody. I think Eve was first. Let me go Eve, David, and Michelle. And I hope that's the order you put your hands on. Sorry.
Speaking as someone who is agnostic on the parking meter technology, we have an ordinance. It's in front of us. The work has been done. I trust us. I trust the members of the permit parking task force. No one is going to try to sneak anything through without, I've had an absolute commitment about that. It just seems easier to just vote on the whole thing. And if we don't spend the money, we don't spend the money. It just seems like just a waste of time and energy to do it in two steps.
Okay, so we're just going to go in order, David, Michelle, and then back to Mia.
And I just want to reiterate one other very important part of the statement that I made was, even if we pass this ordinance, we have no authority to purchase the license plate recognition technology whatsoever. We cannot purchase it even after we pass this ordinance. We can only purchase it when we pass a resolution that authorizes us to enter into a contract with the company with the vendor. So it's 2 very, very separate things, whether you're buying something or whether you're putting in place financing. And, I'm not, as Sandy was saying, we like to put all of these out at the same time, all of the bond ordinances at the same time. I really don't see the purpose of complicating the management of our capital budget for the year by taking this out when it doesn't do what people are concerned that it's going to do.
Michelle, and then Mia.
I think I was you.
No, Michelle was next.
Okay.
Sorry, just to add on to that, we have, and I trust the Sandy and Bernie, the way that we manage our budget, it's good fiscal management, it's good budgeting to know what our full budget is. It's always better to go back and spend less than to go back and need more. And, if you look and see the reallocation of the funds for the Mary Moss Playground funds, those are funds that were allocated 1 year and then not spent and now reallocated. So I just want to say that I think that this, not only do we not have the authorization to purchase something in particular, but it's good fiscal management to be looking at the whole budget. So.
Thank you. Mia.
I think the most important thing for us as council members is to maintain the public's trust. That should be our number 1 priority. And I have heard from at least 20 members of the public who are very involved with our town and who contribute enormously to the community, who feel violated by the inclusion of this. I am not weighing in on how I feel about permit parking at this moment, how I feel about surveillance technology. I am weighing in on our relationship to our constituents and the need to maintain their trust in our processes. And they feel that the inclusion of this was disingenuous, that there was something slipped in under the transom. And I understand how they feel, because when I saw it in the budget committee meeting, I also was taken aback and made a note of it at that time verbally. And I am uncomfortable with the fact now that we would say, that we are also in this meeting giving contradictory information to the public. And I understand we don't want to put staff in a difficult position, but I do think going forward, it's important to clarify the public the truth of how these things, how our processes work. And so David has said that we need to have this $170,000 in the budget right now, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to move forward at a later time. And I asked the question, is that true or not? In the ensuing discussion, it seems that that's not actually the case. And I think we all, as council members who interact with the budget on a regular basis, need to know. It's important for us to know whether or not there's just one opportunity to include something or not. And if tonight is not the only opportunity, and given that the public feels that their trust has been violated, I would rather err on the side of not including it. If you tell me, Mark, that this is the last chance, and by not voting on it tonight, we are weighing in on the entire permit parking decision, then that's a whole other story. And I would like to know the answer to that question. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask that.
All right, so the answer to the question is that this specific item does not have to be included in this ordinance tonight. We can write another ordinance that's for this alone, or this with other items, whatever it might be, but it could be brought up at any time, next meeting, 2 meetings, 3 meetings, 4 meetings from now. It does not have to be done tonight. I would also comment, to back up part of what Mia said, is that at a prior council meeting, this council did say that we were not going to move forward on any part of this technology or anything till the permit parking task force process was completed. So there is a reason why some members of the public are like, well, what's happening here? And I understand David's point that just because we're passing, if we do pass it, doesn't mean that we're doing it. It's another step where the majority of council has to agree to it. But just so we see both sides as to why some people are concerned as to why it's there.
I just want to mention one more thing, which is, it's my understanding that when you introduce an ordinance for the first time, I think it's a matter of process. And unfortunately, Trishka's not with us. Lisa, I don't know if this is something you can weigh in on, but I thought that the whole reason why when you introduce an ordinance, you're not supposed to be having a discussion. And I'm glad that this year we are having the hearing at the hearing, as opposed to having 2 hearings and not having a hearing at the introduction. But my understanding is that the whole point of having the introduction is so that members of council and the public could pick out certain items and voice their displeasure or request that certain items that are in the ordinance be removed. So I don't know why we would need to create a second ordinance. I think the only thing that would have been necessary would be to request that part of the ordinance be removed. So just as a legal point, which I think we should know.
Well, I believe though, if you take out B, it does change the value of the dollar amounts elsewhere in the ordinance. So that's why I think bond counsel created a separate alternative ordinance just for your consideration prior to introduction. Does
Okay.
that answer your question?
Yeah, no, I mean, I know that it's basically you can change certain parts of the ordinance, and the question is whether it changes so substantially that you can't then you
Oh,
have,
no, you haven't, well, you haven't introduced anything yet. So right now, prior to introduction, the council can make any changes really to the proposed ordinance. And then it's really between after introduction and adoption that in that intermediary time, that's when you can only make certain changes. So until there's a vote, or first there's a motion on an ordinance tonight, and then there's a vote on introduction, you are at liberty to revise the ordinance without having to reintroduce. Does that make sense? So you have a lot of freedom right now still to
Yes.
make changes
Yes.
to the ordinance.
Okay, so I think we've pretty much covered every possible aspect of this one. So there isn't, David, I believe you did make a motion, and I believe it was seconded. So unless you want to withdraw your motion, I'm going to call for roll call to vote on the motion.
I do not want to withdraw my motion.
Okay. Okay, so council can decide as we go through the roll call vote what you want to do. Okay, Dawn, could we do the roll call vote, please?
Ms. Pearl Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Fraga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs.
no.
Okay. Thank you all for getting through that one. All right, next up is ordinance 2021-19, ordinance appropriating $1,680,000 from sewer connection fees for various improvements and equipment in and by Princeton in the county of Mercer, New Jersey, public hearing July 12th, 2021. Any comment needed on that by anyone, clarification wise? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion? Michelle, thank you. Eve's got the second. Okay, roll call vote.
Ms. Pearl Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Fraga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs.
Yes.
Ordinance 2021-20, an ordinance by the municipality of Princeton amending the SC Shopping Center District permitted uses, amending the schedule of zoning regulations in section 10B-246 of the Code of the Township of Princeton, New Jersey, 1968, amending the off-street parking requirements for retail, supermarkets, and shopping centers, amending the parking area screening standards, amending the sign standards, amending the buffer standards, and amending the lighting standards. Public hearing July 12th, 2021. Is there a motion? Michelle, is there a second? Leticia has the second. Thank you. Is there any clarifying? Yes, Eve.
Can I ask for a tiny amendment in 1D, drive-through pharmacy installations, where it says, so that the customer may remain within his vehicle? Could we just change that to there and try to be conscious about as much as possible using gender neutral language, which I know we're usually really good about, but
Great.
I don't think that is a serious amendment that requires any major reevaluation of the ordinance. But
Correct. And good catch.
Good catch.
Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. Right, sorry, trying to keep track. Okay, any other clarifying comment, question? If not, another roll call, please.
Ms. Pearl Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Fraga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs.
Yes.
Okay, ordinance 2021-21, bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements in and by Princeton in the county of Mercer, New Jersey, appropriating $7,178,500, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $6,391,571.75 bonds or notes of Princeton to finance part of the cost thereof. Public hearing July 12th, 2021. Is there a motion on that? Eve, thank you. Is there a second? Michelle has the second. Okay, any question or clarifying anything? Okay, a roll call vote, Dawn?
Ms. Pearl Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Fraga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sacks.
Yes.
Okay, ordinance 2021-22. Bond ordinance providing for various improvements to the library in and by Princeton in the county of Mercer, New Jersey, appropriating $194,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $184,300 bonds or notes of Princeton to finance part of the cost thereof. Public hearing July 12th, 2021. Thank you, Eve. Moved by Eve. Is there, Leticia has the second. Thank you very much. Any clarifying informational? Nope. I'm sorry, Mia?
Yeah, can we get just a little explanation of this?
Yep, let me go. Sorry, it's page 124. If you're on the agenda here.
The largest part, Mia, is for redoing the restrooms, which have, especially on the first floor, which see very heavy use where I don't know how often you go in there, but the sinks spray water all over the place. They need to be redone. They haven't had any work done on them since the library was built, I think. I think the faucets may have been changed, but that's the biggest part. And then, as Mark said, on page 126, it details it's for 3 things, of which the restrooms are by far the largest expense.
The restrooms are like 95.5. There's 81,000 for technology equipment and upgrades, acquisition of mechanical shades, software, controllers, and 17,500 furniture and equipment.
And this is part of the 4.2 million, or this is in addition to the 4.2 million, I guess. This is a separate item.
Right, this would be capital money as opposed to operating.
Capital, okay, all right.
Okay, so any other question or comment? If not, roll call vote on this one also.
Ms. Pearl Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Fraga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sacks.
Yes.
Okay, those are the ordinance introductions. Now we're going to jump to the resolutions. 21-213, resolution authorizing the execution of a tender agreement between the municipality of Princeton, Ohio Casualty Insurance Company, and BlackRock Enterprises LLC for the completion of the project entitled Improvements to Linden Lane and Spruce Street. And Lisa, if you could comment if this is actually finalized as of now, or I know there was back and forth on this earlier today.
It is finalized. I don't believe we have given you the final changes. The attorney for Ohio came back to us today and just asked for some clarifications regarding payment for maintenance bonds and environmental maintenance bonds by BlackRock. It was not originally, it was supposed to be included, wasn't included in this contract. So we, they had asked for some clarification, and then we went back to them. And basically, for those bonds, which the amounts are yet to be determined, Princeton will pay BlackRock, and then the surety company will essentially reimburse Princeton for those amounts. And Deanna, I don't know if you, I asked Deanna to just show you the final changes. It's just 2 provisions, one under section 9 and one under a couple of changes under 16, just to clarify. So if you see under, this is the red line is compared to what is currently in the packet. So if you see at the end, that paragraph was just talking about some of BlackRock's basic responsibilities about bonding, and apparently BlackRock did not include the price in its bid. So we wanted to clarify that they will be paid for that by Princeton, and again, that the surety company will reimburse Princeton, subject to the reimbursement provisions that we have. And then if you go down to paragraph 16, that just provides a little bit more specificity about how the reimbursement happens with reference to the maintenance environmental bond, which is similar to the process for reimbursement that's already in our contract, which essentially provides for that the municipality is not going to have to pay for the original scope of work more than what was in the original contract with ICUNJ. So the municipality is protected in that regard. And so that was the nature of the changes. I apologize that they were so late. We just received a comment today about that. And but I did receive word later in the afternoon that that was acceptable to the surety company.
No, thank you, Deanna. Thank you for everybody involved in getting that all straightened out this afternoon. Is there a motion, David? Eve says this. David has the motion. Eve has the second. Any other questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Raise a hand, do something so we.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. 21214, resolution authorizing a professional services agreement in the lump sum amount of $252,022 with T&M Associates for the preparation of site plans and permit applications for the proposed cold storage facility at 298 River Road. Is there, David?
I'll move it.
Thank you. Moved by David.
I just want to say a word that people have been paying attention to Princeton Council since consolidation or shortly thereafter will recognize this as a project that's really had trouble getting off the ground. So it's exciting that we're moving ahead with it at this point.
Yep, and Michelle had the second, just so that's clear on that. Any other comments or questions?
Just second those comments. We're real excited to see this project moving forward. It's terrific. Thank you, Deanna and your team.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, that's everyone. 21215 was pulled from the agenda as discussed at the beginning of the meeting. 21216, a resolution authorizing a professional services agreement for environmental and engineering services in the not to exceed amount of $33,765 with T&M Associates to create 2 parking areas along Ridgeview Road in the municipal right-of-way near block 2001, lot 1, 149 Ridgeview, and block 401, lot 19, 415 Ridgeview. Is there a motion? Eve has the motion. Is there a second? Mia has the second. Any question or comment? All right, if not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's everybody. Thank you very much. 21217, resolution authorizing the removal of curbside pickup at various locations on municipal streets and Nassau Street, also known as State Highway 27. Is there a motion? Deanna has a, okay, let me get the motion in second. So I think Michelle might have had the motion. Letitia has the second. Deanna has a comment.
Yes, thank you. There is a request that the engineering department supports, which is to keep the pedestrian queuing space in front of Bent Spoon in place until they open up the indoor operations a little bit more. Right now, they're still doing the window operation in front of the store, and there is a need for additional pedestrian queuing space. So good or bad, I don't know if I want to make this analogy, but if we can leave that in place in this resolution, and then at such time that it's appropriate with the operation at Bent Spoon, we will remove that queuing space.
I was going to make exactly that same parallel, that all we're doing is approving an action that we're not yet going to take.
Correct.
Okay, Michelle?
I just want to clarify, we're not going to remove curbside pickup in this case because they're not operational indoors. but the others that are operational, we're going to move forward. Is that correct?
Correct. It's technically a pedestrian queuing space is how it was originally approved last year. So, but yes, that would stay in place because they are not operating indoors yet.
So Deanna, are we talking just about the little bump out with the bins, or we also, is there a nearby curbside pickup also, but we're just talking about the bump out?
Just the area protected by the concrete blocks in front of Ben Spoon. Yep.
Thank you. Just wanted to be clear. And just for people, it's Exhibit C, page 192. David, go ahead.
And I just want to make sure, for the record, we are not amending the resolution. The resolution is being passed as it's attached to the agenda, but it's purely a question of the rate at which that particular space would be removed.
Yes, correct.
Mia.
And have you talked to Ben Spoon about it, Deanna? Because I know they were really concerned, and were they happy with the solution?
Yes, they were.
Great. Got to keep Ben Spoon happy.
They make everybody else happy.
Any other questions or comments? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's everybody. 21218, resolution authorizing the submittal of a fiscal year 2022 municipal aid grant application and execution of a grant contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation for improvements to Witherspoon Street between Franklin Avenue and Valley Road, MA-2022-improvements to Witherspoon Street -00401. Eve, thank you. David has the second. Any question or comment on the resolution? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's everybody. 21219, resolution authorizing the submittal of a fiscal year 2022 Safe Routes to Transit grant application and execution of a grant contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation for Terhune Road pedestrian improvements, SST-2022-Princeton-00032. Is there a motion? Thank you, David. Is there a second? Thank you, Leticia. Any questions, Eve?
I'm just wondering if that might relate to the comment earlier with concern about that intersection on Mount Lucas. I mean, I know this is Terhune, but it does intersect Mount Lucas. Is that an opportunity to address the question that Louisa raised in her comment?
No, unfortunately not,
Okay.
but I will take up her comment back to Traffic Safety Committee.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, if not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I think that's everyone. Thank you very much. 21-220, resolution authorizing the tax collector to process third quarter estimated tax bills due August 1, 2021. Is there a motion? Michelle, thank you. Is there a second? David, thank you. Questions or comments on giving us the ability to send out tax bills? Right, see,
We vote no to this one.
let's just put it off. Anyway, okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. The consent agenda is next, but does anyone have anything they need to pull or whatever? Michelle?
I do. I would like to make a motion to amend the consent agenda and pull out resolution 21-223. I will need to recuse myself from that.
Okay. So a motion to pull that one out of the consent agenda. Is there a second? Thank you, Dwayne. Any question on that? Okay.
Which one is it?
I'm sorry?
Alcoholic beverage licensing.
Oh, right.
I have a conflict of interest. Okay.
Okay. All in favor of voting on that on its own and not as part of the consent agenda, please say aye.
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 Okay. So resolution 21-223, resolution authorizing alcoholic beverage licenses for the licensing period July 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2022. Is there a motion on that?
Whatever it could.
Ticia's got the motion, Eve's got the second. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Are there any nays? None. Is there an abstention? Which was Michelle.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Okay. Was there anything else on the consent agenda that anyone needed us to take out of the consent agenda? If not, would someone move the consent agenda? Thank you, Eve. Thank you, Mia, for seconding. And thank you all for voting. How many vote aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, that was a test. Sorry, I shouldn't have said it that way. Okay, that is everything. Last item on the agenda. Thank you, David. David moves adjournment. Is there a second? Thank you, Michelle. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's 11:19. We're pretty good. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Great.
Good night. Thank you.
Everybody have a great night. Take care.
Take care.